Well, thank you, folks. We will just wait until Councillor McEwen gets back on. He seemed to be having some trouble with his connection, but once he gets back on, I think we're all here and
joining the meeting.
Robert Dreyer.
Joining the meeting.
Dan Dolliver.
Joining the meeting.
Veronica Greenleaf.
Joining the meeting.
Rob Slykows.
Joining the meeting.
Joe McEwen.
Joining the meeting.
Garth Nash. We can switch around.
Now, what do I do?
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I think we'll get started. This is Mayor Comrie. We have
joining the meeting.
Julie Terry.
I guess we're going to keep getting a few of these.
You're going to get quite a few tonight, I think.
Announcements as people join, but we do have a couple of special guests this evening, and I don't want to keep everybody waiting for too long. So, anyway, first thing I'd like to do is to ask everyone on the call to mute your phone by pressing *6, or you can press the mute button on your cell phone if you wish. That's necessary when we have this many people on the call to avoid picking up background noise, which I'm sure you're hearing a little bit of. So we get everybody to switch off. When you have an opportunity to speak, you can open your line again. And when we get to the part when councillors are debating and so on, they can leave theirs open, but we'll ask everybody else to keep them. If you're not speaking, to keep yours closed, please. This enables everybody to hear what's going on. So that's the first thing. The next thing I need to do is to ask councillors if they have any pecuniary interest to declare. Hearing none, let the minutes show that there was none declared. Next, we can entertain a motion to approve the agenda, please, as circulated. And there are two.
Councillor Lamb.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb. There are two additions to two additions and one change to the agenda. There is item H. And item I to correspondence, which have come in since the agenda was published. The other item, we are scheduled according to the agenda to go in camera at the end of this meeting. According to the material that was circulated prior to the meeting, the purpose of this discussion was to discuss whether or not the library board could approve their own volunteers without them coming to council for approval. Some of you will recall that at a previous meeting we were to have a closed session to approve one of those, and we didn't get to it for time reasons. But that particular agenda really is a policy item which doesn't meet the requirements of the Municipal Act for a closed session. So unless there is something else that needs to be discussed there that does, I'm going to suggest that be moved into the regular agenda towards the end of the meeting. Save us going off for another call.
Okay, I'm going to speak to it, but you need a seconder first, please.
I'll second Councillor Woods.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. You're right.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
I was asked this question about, and I'm on the library board as the council rep, and I was asked this question, which the clerk had decided would be in close this afternoon. And I brought up an item that I wanted to discuss with respect to this, and she indicated that if I wanted to discuss that, and it's a pertinent thing, that it should really be enclosed. And so I said, fine, right? That so be it. Her decision initially was that. I mean, if you want me to freewheel and ask my questions, Madam Clerk, you know, that I had, then that's fine. Like, I don't mind it being out and open, but
Well, does it? Here's the thing. Does it involve? Does it involve individuals? If it does, then it can stay enclosed. I got the impression though that from what was circulated previously to council that it didn't, right? So it was just a policy item. If it's something that
involves any person who's volunteering. I want to ask some pertinent questions as to what we do and what we don't do, and I think I don't care.
Okay. All right. Well, fine. Wait. I was just trying to save us have another call. We'll leave it where it is then. I don't mind. It's not. So is there? We have the agenda moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just want to make the comment. There's a number of people on the call. I think there's probably 30 or plus. Many of them I recognized coming in who I know their prime reason for calling in is the pool issue, right? And I just wanted to tell them all that are here that the pool issue is deep in the agenda under item 13. So we're not likely to get to that till 8:30, 8:45 at least. So you're obviously invited to listen to all of council, but if you're looking for that item, you could drop the call and call back if that's what you wanted, but that's obviously your decision. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is a fair comment. I think also that folks should just be clear. We are not deciding tonight what Whitestone's position will be with respect to that item. What we're deciding is two things. One is what will be included in the newsletter and what the process will be going forward to reach a decision, just so everybody knows. So it's not, this meeting is not an opportunity for everybody to weigh in on what they think about the proposal itself.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb, I want to point out to you that the pool and pool communications are on the agenda because through the procedural bylaw, I asked for it to be on. So this is my item. So you can't hijack it and put on two other items. I want to talk. Just hold on. Let me finish. I want to talk. It's my item. I've done things. Last month, I was told, I couldn't put it, it ended up being on. I've done everything right. I want to talk about it. I have a few statements I want to make, and then you can go on to those other two items if you want to. But this is my item. It's not your item.
I'm sorry, the items on the agenda do not belong to an individual councillor. Once the council adopts the agenda, they belong to the meeting. And the items that were circulated with the agenda are precisely the ones that I just said. We do not have time on our agenda tonight to have a fulsome discussion about the various merits of the pool proposal and the concerns that various people have raised. And we did say at the previous meeting that we would attempt to set aside a special meeting for that, and that's what we want to talk about, not doing it tonight. You're telling people that it'll come late on the agenda. We will have used up our whole agenda before we get to it if that's what you think we're going to do. So I'm sorry. I'm going to rule it out of order. The agenda is as
first. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. First time there's an out of order is me. Thank you for recognizing that there is such a thing as out of order.
Joining the meeting.
Anyway, carry on.
Don.
all right. We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda. It's been explained what the schedule is to everybody and what we're going to talk about. Can we call the question, please? All those is anyone opposed to the agenda? All right, thank you. The agenda is approved. Okay, so now we have two presentations involving special guests that we have at the beginning of our meeting. The first one is our Member of Parliament for Muskoka Parry Sound, Scott Aitchison. And many of you will know of him. He's been involved in municipal politics in this riding for a long time. And it's my pleasure, Scott, to welcome you to the meeting tonight and give you the opportunity to speak to council and to the folks who are on the line tonight. So
thank you very much.
Please speak up. The floor is yours.
I appreciate that very much, and thank you to you and to all of council for the opportunity. I've committed to making sure I meet with every municipal council in Parry Sound, Muskoka at least once a year, or more frequently if the need arises. And I'm pleased that Whitestone is one of the first of the municipalities that I'm able to meet with this year. I will be very brief. I'm, as you mentioned, I am all too familiar with municipal politics and the challenges of getting through a long agenda. So I just wanted to let council know and the community know about a number of priorities that I've been working on here in Ottawa. I'm actually in Ottawa in a rare appearance this week. I'm actually in my office in Ottawa. Major focus for me, of course, is the challenge of rural internet and broadband services. The federal government has made an announcement to increase its rural broadband fund to $1.75 billion, and I am very bound and determined that Muskoka and Parry Sound will get some of that money to support the investments that are being made by private sector corporations that are expanding and improving rural internet. And my office has actually been playing a more sort of active role than I think would normally be expected of an MP with some of those private sector companies that are submitting applications to that fund. In large part because we want to be sure that we are actually expanding rural coverage, not just sort of picking what they call the low-hanging fruit and getting the sort of the better populated areas, but actually improving access and reliability and affordability all over Parry Sound, Muskoka. So that's a pretty major file that we've been working on. Also working on a number of housing initiatives, trying to tap into billions of dollars that the federal government is committed to housing, and of course most of it seems to be going to large cities, and so we're working really hard to ensure that they recognize that there are housing challenges in rural communities as well. So among the many other things, I'm also on the Heritage Committee right now, and of course we're spending a lot of time talking about the Broadcasting Act, and of course the last time the Broadcasting Act was amended was before the Internet existed. As you can imagine, the broadcasting world has changed pretty dramatically as a result of the Internet. So it's been a fairly steep learning curve, but I've been doing a lot of work on that file as well as part of my committee responsibilities. So anyway, I wanted to just share those couple of highlights, and also, of course, Your Worship wanted to see if there were any issues of concern to you or council that I should be addressing, or if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Well, thank you very much for that, Scott. I'll open the floor to questions from councils for a few minutes if you wish, councillors. If you have any questions that you would like to raise with MP Aitchison.
Hi, Scott.
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Lamb.
Joe McEwen.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe McEwen.
Okay, thank you for showing up, Mr. Aitchison. I wonder if you have any further specifics that you might mention with respect to the internet broadband, and more specific to, say, north and northeast, I guess, with Prairie Sound being McKellar, Dunchurch, and such. Do you have any knowledge base on when we may see something in this direction?
I apologize, Councillor, that I don't have anything specific. I received word with great fanfare that Starlink seems to be available now in the Seguin area, but I can report that the ministry is in fact reviewing applications for funding to assist with the expansion of the network.
You guys go ahead there. You want to watch TV? I'm not.
To ensure that that rural areas that are not covered now are covered, and so that's part of why, I've been trying to make sure that, any private sector, like, as an example, Lakeland Networks has submitted an application, and to get my support, I wanted to be sure that they were covering a lot of rural areas that aren't covered now. So the Lakeland submission, among the few that I have seen, was, it's a 25-page document, and I do not recall all the specific areas, but it certainly did expand it. I will review those, and if you like, I can get back to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I ask that whoever has a microphone open, please close it? I can hear quite a bit of background noise. Just the people that are talking, please. Councillor Lamb, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I have more of a comment. Thank you, Scott, for coming.
Whoever has that microphone open, close it now, please. Mute your microphone.
Leaving the
only
meeting.
person who should be talking is Councillor Lamb.
Okay. Hi, Scott. Thank you for coming in. And I guess the comment is, and I'm sure you
Joining
know
the
that
meeting.
This is a critical item
Dwayne Russell?
in our community. And my observations are through COVID, and COVID is changing the world, is that more and more people are moving up to what used to be their cottages and selling their homes and relocating to Whitestone or McKellar or some, communities like this, continuing to work because, of course, they now realize they don't have to go into the office every day. And, part of the development, of course, is broadband so they can do their jobs, right? So this is critical to the development of the North. So, and I know you recognize that, and I'm very pleased that you put that as a priority. So that's more of a comment than a question. So thank you very much.
Well, if I may, Your Worship, I would say thank you, Councillor, for actually raising that point. I think I would be remiss if I didn't point out that those folks that you have described very well have become remarkably helpful allies in this debate.
Joining the meeting.
And so, as a result, I think we may be making better progress than we may have before, just because we have that many more voices who recognize the need and the essential nature of reliable, accessible, and affordable internet. So, I appreciate your comments and assure you that there are many more voices than just ours.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for our guest?
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment more than a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Gorham Matthews.
Sure. I just wanted to thank Scott for
Joining the meeting.
as the council rep on
Kevin
the Chamber
Crusoe.
of Commerce, Perry Sound Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to thank the availability and accessibility that he's offered to local businesses during this past year with regards to having Zoom meetings and open houses online for people to get up-to-date information for their businesses and providing up-to-date information with regards to funding and support services for local businesses. So it's been a challenging year, and having the support of the local MP is always a reassuring connection to the government for local business. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor. The Chambers of Commerce have been amazing all over the riding. I would note, and I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to raise this, that there's a new loan program available to businesses across the country, and I'm hearing reports from all over Perry Sound Muskoka of businesses who have tried to apply, but for some bizarre reason don't qualify. And so my office has been actively looking into those because, of course, those programs, those loan programs are going to be vital links to saving a lot of businesses. So, I just wanted to raise that issue that it's we're hearing those reports, but we're on top of it and doing what we can.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? Well, all right. Thank you once again, MP Aitchison. I appreciate your taking time to meet with us tonight, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue in the days ahead.
Well, thank
you. Appreciate your support very much.
I look forward to our next meeting being in person.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
All the best. Enjoy your meeting.
Thank you.
Bye.
Leaving the meeting.
Scott Aitchison.
So our next guest is James Cox, who is a relatively new economic development officer for the West Perry Sound Economic Development Collaborative. I'm wondering if perhaps our CAO clerk would like to introduce him more fully than that. I'll just say welcome, James, for now, and Michelle, if you would like to give us a little bit of background, please go ahead.
I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ad lib. I hadn't planned on it, but James Cox was hired by the Economic Development Collaborative, and I'm the chair of the committee, so I had the privilege of being on the hiring committee, and James was selected. He comes from the Leamington area, and he when he was successful, he right away decided how he was going to move up here, and it took him a couple of months, but he did. He moved his family, 3 kids and a cat, if I'm not mistaken, and he's living in the Port Carling area. James has been with us since the beginning of December and has already done an awful lot of networking and built a work plan, and that's part of what he's going to talk about tonight. So I'd like to introduce James Cox. Welcome, James.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Michelle.
James.
And, yes, thank you, Your Worship, and members of council.
Brian.
So as Michelle alluded to, the purpose of my presentation today is, first of all, to introduce myself as the new regional officer for the West
Charles LaRose
Economic Development Collaborative. CAO Hendry mentioned, I've been in the area since mid-December, and in the intervening months have been very much focused on making connections in the local business community with other supportive organizations for economic development in the area, and now reaching out to various municipal councils of the member municipalities of the collaborative. I'm very much I'd like to extend my thanks, first of all, to CAO Hendry and everyone else that has helped me get established in the area and welcomed me to the area. I'm very much looking forward to working with the various municipalities over the coming years and hopefully having the chance to see everyone face-to-face in person at some point in the future. So to give Council a little bit of context, the West Perry Sound Economic Development Collaborative is a partnership between 7 municipalities in the area that was put together in order to improve West Perry Sound as a general place of business. My position, the EDO position, is funded through a 3-year grant from FedNor and specifically has a mandate to build West Perry Sound as a cohesive and positive destination to do business. Now, CAO Hendry mentioned that we have recently put together a strategy and work plan for the course of the 3-year term. I will say that we're still very much in the process of taking stock of the current state of the economy, looking at the impact that the pandemic has had on our regional economy, looking at the status of previous economic development initiatives, where they're at, what still needs to be done, and the long-term trends among local business. Our approach to economic development, I think, in the light of the current situation we find ourselves in, has to be very fluid, adapt to circumstances that arise. However, I can provide Council with a brief update on what our initial priorities. So the core of my mandate as the regional EDO is primarily focused on business retention and expansion. So ensuring that the businesses that we have in West Perry Sound stay within West Perry Sound and grow within West Perry. The last thing anyone wants is we have a really successful business in our community that is expanding and has the area because they can't space, they can't find workforce, they can't find something that they need here. And so we're doing this focus on business retention and expansion primarily through a program of direct consultation with our local business community. In the immediate term, it's going to involve reaching out to area businesses, supporting them through the pandemic. And but the longer term, this will involve coordinated outreach to all area businesses to help identify barriers to growth or other challenges that they're having and help address them. The goal is that the business community as a whole will know that there's a single point of contact in the area who, if I can't help them directly with whatever challenge they're facing, I can help them navigate the economic development ecosystem that's out there and help connect them with skills or that might be available that can help address their issues.
Kevin Purcell.
I'll also be focusing on development readiness.
Dan Dolliver.
That West Perry Sound is ready and able to welcome investment when the opportunity presents itself. So I'm going to be focusing on this in several ways. The first of which is providing guidance to the businesses in the area as to how they go about navigating the various development processes and other business-related regulatory processes that they have dealing with the municipalities or other levels of government. We'll also be looking at ways in which municipalities can prepare themselves to welcome investment and the specific policy tools that are available to us in order to help attract and retain business interest and making recommendations based on that. Again, all of these actions are going to be undertaken with the goal of establishing West Perry Sound as a cohesive and attractive business destination. So one final note I'd like to make is that my main priorities is to improve engagement between the Economic Development Collaborative and the area municipalities that are its members. So as part of this, I'm going to be aiming to present to Council on our priorities, actions, and results on a semi-regular basis. We're targeting twice a year right now. As was mentioned in the introduction, we're just getting started on this project right now, so today's delegation is intended to be a short introduction and an update on our initial priorities with the intent I'll be back to provide a more detailed discussion of our projects, our priorities, and perhaps most importantly, our initial results and achievements in the summer months. And so that concludes my very brief summary today. I'd like to thank Council for their time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that Council may have at this point.
Okay, thank you very much, James. Councilors, do you have questions? Mr. Cox.
Councillor Lamb. Oh.
Go ahead, Councillor Lamb. I heard you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, James, and good luck in your new job. And certainly, economic development's important to the area. So, I've always been concerned, whenever I see, and certainly this is not about $1,100. I mean, you're asking the document is for $1,100. But can I ask you what the total ask for the 7 municipalities is? Like, and what percentage $1,100 is of that total ask?
So, through you, Your Worship, under the terms of reference for the West Prairie Sound Economic Development Collaborative, that lays out the distribution of the municipal contribution between the area municipalities, and Whitestone Township's contribution is 11% of the total. All other municipalities in the area are also at 11%, with the exception of the town of Parry Sound and Seguin Township, which are at 22% each.
Okay. So, so we have, do you know how that 11% was determined? Because we get 6% in some other formulas, and we get, whatever. I've always sort of argued we should be in the 6% area. But how was 11? You don't have to. You can get back to us on that. But how was 11% determined as the correct percentage for Whitestone on this project versus other initiatives?
Well, through you, Your Worship, the terms of reference for the Economic Development Collaborative were approved by the Area Council back in 2017. So I'm afraid it predates my time, so I'm not familiar with how that allocation was determined, but I can certainly look into it. And,
Joining the meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, okay.
Leaving the meeting.
Scott Nash.
These comings and goings are a real distraction, unfortunately. Anyway, if there are no other questions, I will thank you, James, for introducing yourself tonight, and I hope that we'll have the opportunity as time goes on to talk in a little bit more detail about how your activities will you hope impact the municipality. You hope and we hope will impact the municipality of Whitestone. So thanks again and best wishes in this new task that you've undertaken.
Joining the meeting.
Regina Marsh.
All right, next on our agenda, we have a number of planning items for which we will move into committee of the whole. If I can get a motion to that effect, please.
Leaving the meeting.
James Cox.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Gorham Matthews moved, Councillor McEwen seconded. That the council move into committee of the whole at 7:07 p.m. I have. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, I will declare
Joining
it
the
carried.
meeting.
Thank you.
Scott Nash.
Okay, so we have actually 6 different planning items. The first 2 are relating to the closing and conveyance of shore road allowances, and the next 3 are consent applications, and the last one is the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. So we have with us our planner, John Jackson. Don, do you want to just lead us through these, please, and one by one we'll get questions.
Certainly, Your Worship. The first application for a shore road allowance closing by the Braes on Wawashkash Lake is very straightforward. It is without any particular planning issues. The property owners adjacent property owners have signed off the extensions. It looks like the shoreline's clean and free of any fish habitat, so it is I think a straightforward decision of council to support the closure of this section of road allowance in principle subject to the requirements.
Okay, thank you, John. Once again, I need to ask those on the call to please mute your phones. I can hear background noise coming from somebody who's not muted. Thank you. Councilors, do you have questions for Mr. Jackson in regard to this application? Sounds like there aren't any.
Okay.
If that's the case,
we'll move on
yes,
to the
please go ahead.
The Kirby application is on Bulger Lake. It has one additional issue from the norm, and that is in the center of the proposed acquisition of the original shore road allowance, there's a polygon showing on the bylaw that there's a type 1 fish habitat. So our policy is to support the closure, save and accept areas where the shore road allowance is adjacent to type 1 fish habitat. So the standard condition would be to reserve that and only sell that portion of the original shore road allowance above the controlled high water mark. And this application is actually brought about by the owners wanting to build a cottage as close as they can to the shore of Bulger Lake.
Okay,
again,
thank you.
The neighbors of Your Worship have consented to the proposed extension of the 2 sidelines for the application.
I'm wondering, John, do we have reason to believe that this is a real type 1 fish habitat, or is it something left over from an old drawing that nobody has?
You can actually, if you look at the imagery in the township's database, there are a number of air photos that clearly show a mass of aquatic vegetation in this bay. So I'm pretty confident that it is, in fact, accurate data.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from councilors?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Mr. Jackson, the entire shore allowance around the front of this property would be sold. Is that correct? And it would just be a sliver up the front, the waterfront, below the watermark. Is that the way that would work?
Yeah, I can't remember what Bulger's controlled water level is, and whether the dam was put in before or after the original survey of Burton. So they could be one and the same. If there are not any flooded portions of that road allowance would not be transferred to the applicant.
And that's to be determined by surveyor, of course.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Okay, anything else about the Kirby application? Well, hearing nothing, I guess we could move on to the first consent application, the Prentice one on Washkish Road.
This application is, as you indicated, on Washkish Road. Mrs. Prentice has a daughter who wants to flee urban COVID risks, so she wants to be able to sever off part of her 5-acre parcel on Wawashkash Road for her daughter. The 5 acres is actually a little bit below the rural standard, but our policy is that once it's assessed and reviewed, a smaller standard for a rural residential lot is available. So the wrinkle with the Prentice's application is that she will also need a concurrent rezoning to be able to give her daughter a lot that meets the standards.
Okay, questions from councillors?
Yeah, I have a couple. It's Councillor Lamb. So when I look at the frontage of these two lots, one is 68 meters and one is 228 meters. Generally speaking, lots, are 100 meters. Why wouldn't it just be severed off to have 100 meters instead of 68?
It's a good question. We actually asked that of Mrs. Prentice, and she wanted to really only give her daughter the minimum, which would have been 60 meters for an RR zone. So that's why she cut it off to leave the larger frontage on her home property.
But when I look at this, and our official plan talks to bigger lot sizes for rural designations, right? And so, because the lady wants to only give a little bit, we go through a maturation of rezoning it from rural to rural residential, so that she can have a smaller lot size. And that, I'm not sure that that's the spirit of it, that our spirit is to have 100 meters, isn't it? Not 68 meters, but,
Joining the meeting.
We just can't, make it fit because the applicant wants it to make it fit, right? So the second question I have is, the recommendation, it says number 2, payment of a parkland dedication fee satisfactory to the municipality. And in every other parkland dedication fee, there's a formula, right? And this one for some reason says just satisfactory to the municipality, where I think the next one says payment of the applicable parkland dedication fee. So why does that say that, John?
Okay, first question first. I think your comment is probably fairly, I'm going to say, appropriate. If we could increase the frontage a little bit, it's more about the frontage than it is the area. So what I could do, if it would be satisfactory to council, is ask that the severed lot approximately achieve the 100-meter frontage as far as possible. I mean, she has to go through a rezoning anyway, so it's going to come back through the public process and council. So I think that's a fair comment. Because she was rezoning it and the RR standard is low, as low as 60 meters, that's why she's made this option. But I think more importantly, she wants to be able to give something to her daughter, and I think we can satisfy both concerns. In that wording, I suppose it's a little bit different, but the reality is the parkland has to be satisfactory to council, whether it's a formula, whether it's land, or whether it's a determination made by evaluation of the property if you were asking for cash in lieu. Typically, the municipality is very fair. It assigns parkland as a 5% on the assessed value of the land, which we all know is notoriously much less than the real market value of land. And I suspect that's what's going to be applied here. So if the wording is a little superfluous and inconsistent, I apologize, but that's how we do it in Whitestone.
Well, just to the next application when it comes to the payment of the parkland dedication says payment of parkland dedication fee in accordance with the municipality's fee bylaw. So are you saying that that's what this one should have said too?
Yeah, I could have said that as well. And I could change that wording to be consistent, Councillor.
Yeah, please do, because we need to be consistent.
Yeah, no issue there, that's for sure.
So which one are we changing?
I think we'll change the Prentice one, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. To make it say the same as the mine one.
Joining the meeting.
We're going to come to it in a minute.
Barb Bolter.
Okay, so all right. So we're going to, when we get to approval of this one, we will be increasing the size of the
frontage.
We'll be increasing the frontage, correct?
Yes, to meet a 100 meter standard. Still going to need a rezoning, Your Worship, but it speaks to Councillor Lamb's concern.
So, Mr. Mayor,
okay.
Could I ask a question here?
You may.
Mr. Jackson, so the RR is a 0.4 hectare requirement, while the RU is a 2 hectare requirement. Are we proposing that they go to an RU on both these, or are we still staying with the RR, I guess, on the
I think we treat it, if I can through Your Worship, treat it as an RU exception. So they'll both have a site-specific, because they'll both be slightly less than the minimum hectarage.
The reason I'm asking is if we went on the several to meet the RU requirement, that would really take away the size and the property of what the retained is, which is what I'd like to do. Wanted to do anyway, was keep it big.
If we were to preserve the integrity of the RU standard, this could not happen.
Right. So we're going with an RR regardless.
And well, an RU exception to say have
RU exception.
The minimum standards for the Prentice lots will be 100 meters frontage and their area, whatever that calculation will be, and you'll see that come through in the next probably the next 60 days or so.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So the lands are being rezoned from RU to RU exception. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Your Worship.
RU exception. All right. Okay. Are there other comments or questions on this particular application? All right. If not, let's move on to 6.4. Consent application from mine. John, go ahead.
Yes, certainly, Your Worship. This application is proposing to create a new rural residential lot slash, I suppose, rural lot off Gibson Bay Road at the north end of Whitestone Lake. Mrs. Mine has her year-round home there, and she's proposing to create a lot that will have frontage on Gibson Bay Road, which is maintained by the municipality of Whitestone. But I suspect, like her own property, she will propose an access up the unopened road allowance at this location. So there'll be a number of conditions that reflect the use of that road allowance in terms of indemnifying the municipality, et cetera.
Okay. Questions and comments from councilors?
So,
Yeah,
Mr.
Councilor
Jackson,
Lamb. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you don't feel there could be some kind of conflict here with the private road, which has a fair bit of frontage on the retained property. You're saying they would go in on the road allowance versus going in on the private road?
Well, if you know the property, and you probably do, I think the preferred building site would be at the north end, and there already is a driveway that goes to Miss Mine's property, where she has a elevation which has a vista out over the bay of the lake, and it's quite gorgeous. So if they don't have to have frontage shared on that particular public road allowance, which is not maintained by the municipality, but if they do, it'll be covered by this agreement that'll be registered on the title of both properties, both Mrs. Mines and the property she's creating.
Joining the meeting.
Dan Oliver.
So they'll come in on the north end of the property anyway, to the retained
That's my
part.
suspicion, Councillor, yes.
I see a building up there of sorts. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilor Lamb.
I guess.
So is this,
Go ahead.
Is this going to be another rezoning, John, to a rural residential? Is that what's happening here? The same as the previous one?
Well, it's odd. This one has, do you see the L shape of the property, the sort of tipped over L shape?
Mm-hmm.
The bottom L portion is already zoned RR. So I never like to have split zonings on property. So our recommendation is that it also go through a rezoning to RR. And it has 1.7 hectares, where the minimum is 2 hectares, as we discussed in the previous Prentice application.
And the severed lot is 92 meters. Again, what should that not be 100 meters, or why is it 92?
That's the frontage on the township maintained road. That's the only frontage that exists on the retained lot. Or sorry, on the severed lot.
Okay.
Because Gibson Road is publicly maintained.
Okay. So we're going to ask for an indemnification on the road allowance, which is normally, I guess, what we ask if people are going to use the road allowance. And it's basically to say we're not responsible. We haven't opened it. You're using it, and you indemnify us, right? And my question is, there's currently a building on the retained lot, and I take it that Mrs. Mine is using that as her, she's doing the same thing at her current house. Is that right? She's not coming in off Gibson Bay, right? So my question is, do we have an indemnification agreement on the main house?
We will. We do not now. We will as a result of this transaction.
So it'll be on both properties.
We're going to make it better.
I realize it's better. Okay, thank you.
So further to this particular discussion, I see the suggestion that there needs to be an agreement for the purpose of indemnifying the municipality. But I'm a bit interested in a previous submission that you made, John, to our council about building on lots that did not have. This is, I think, in the last meeting or a couple of meetings ago, and that building on lots that don't have access to municipal roads. You included an excerpt from Russell on Roads, in which he talked about this various thing, this particular subject, and it seemed to me that his advice was that what we really should have is development agreements which require the landowner to do something, to do whatever is not something, do whatever is necessary to make sure that that municipal vehicles like fire and rescue and so on can get to the property if they need to, and that we don't down the road end up in a situation where we can't provide municipal services, even though they're on a public road, but their actual access is somewhere else. It's one thing for them to have a right of way, and it's one thing for them to indemnify or an easement or an encroachment agreement or whatever it is, but it's another thing for us to be able to service them. And so if we're going to, it seems to me we have to either make sure that we're in the position where they are access to their properties for municipal vehicles and so on is regularized, or we have to give them some sort of an exception condition where they acknowledge that they have no expectation that these services will be available. So I wondered if you would comment on that. Am I off base here? Or?
Not at all. In fact, more and more consistently, municipalities are wanting assurances that their emergency service vehicles, mostly fire equipment, are able to access the properties over these private roads. So I think we should add that in the indemnification condition agreement, so that it would read that there be, see, right now it reads, if I can just bear with me, councillors, the applicant enters into a 5126 agreement to be registered against the severed and retained lands to indemnify the municipality for the private use of the concession road allowance and to ensure that its standard is capable of accommodating emergency vehicles. So I think that's very common these days. Some municipalities, like our sister in McKellar or McDougall particularly, have, for example, established a 4.5 meter width on the traveling surface, and that they, being the proponents, have to ensure they meet that standard to qualify to be able to proceed on that basis. So I've added to that clause, and to ensure that its standard is capable of accommodating emergency vehicles.
Okay, that its standard
is
capable of, sorry, I'm just making a little note of that because we're going to come back to this in a second. Capable of accommodating emergency vehicles. Okay, thank you. That's that was easy.
Could I ask a question here? Is this not?
Yes, you could.
This is a little bit contrary to our actual bylaws, I believe, in that now we're making rules for moving forward. I know we would hopefully end up at this sort of mode or situation when we get into the possible permitting off private roads and such. But John, is it fitting with the bylaws and the official plan that we add that stipulation?
I think the distinction, if I can, through you, Your Worship, is
leaving the meeting.
Is that
Dan Oliver.
The circumstance is different when you have an existing year-round.
Joining the meeting.
I think what we are doing with respect to a future policy consideration for development on private roads are vacant properties or green fields. Here, this is an existing home. So that's the distinction.
Okay.
But you're right. We've been able to consider that. That's a policy coming forward in OPA.
Leaving the meeting.
Which will, I guess, is described in the newsletter.
I guess what I was kind of thinking of was these could potentially be a laneway to a house or property, just a one-off laneway.
Well, it is. If you look at the imagery, the roadway is there, and it serves two properties now.
Oh, that's the bleep at the top there. Okay, yeah, just up past the severed piece, eh?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was looking at the very top of the page thinking, it looks like another building up at the, off the top road allowance down on the side, on the left-hand side of that property.
Joining the meeting.
The legal frontage for the main lot for Shirley Mine is the highway, or sorry, Whitestone Lake Road. But I can't see anything. It looks like there might be a trail, but I don't think there's anything up there. No, there's no structure at that location.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions on this particular application? Could whoever has their microphone open, please mute it.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. It's Scott Nash. Should I be able to ask a question?
No, I don't believe so about these particular applications. This is for council just to discuss them when we're not when we are not when we're we don't have motions on the floor yet. That's all.
When does it go into the committee of a whole where we're able to speak?
We're into it.
Well, we're in the committee of a whole, but
So why
do you have something? Well, do you have something specific to this particular application that you want to raise, Scott?
Yes, that's why I'd be asking a question. But why wouldn't I be able to ask a question?
All right, go ahead. Ask your
Mr. Mayor,
then.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb.
I told him he could ask his question. I told him he could ask his question. No, he has the. I gave him the floor.
Oh, for the love of it.
Okay. Any more outbursts, Councillor Lamb? You will be excused from the meeting.
So, anyways,
Go ahead,
I thought I had the right to speak. That's why I was asking if I could speak. So, I guess my question is, and I'm not sure if it's for John Jackson or members of council or yourself, but I guess my question is, it looks like you guys are asking for, or the applicant is asking for permission for a 92-meter lot frontage, or sorry, 92-meter lot frontage when the minimum is 100. And I can't help but notice that what's remained is 200 meters, which I'm guessing maybe Mr. Jackson can answer this afterwards, on Nickel Road, I think it's called. And if the minimum hectares required are 2 meters, and what's being requested is 1.7 meters, but the property owner has a total of 30 hectares left, why wouldn't council consider this to meet standards at 2 hectares and bring the frontage up to 100 meters? You could have 92 meters on Gibson Road and 8 meters on Nickel Road, bringing the total up to 100 meters. Now, as a result, that would only leave 192 meters, I'm guessing, on Nickel Road. So that would result in that applicant probably not being able to apply for a lot down the road. So I guess my question is, why wouldn't you require them to meet standards now if there's more than enough frontage on both Gibson Bay Road and Nickel Road to allow that? And why wouldn't you require the applicant to 2 hectare minimum instead of 1.7? And those would be my questions. Thank you.
John, can you answer those, please?
The Nickel Cove Road is not a municipally maintained road, so it's not recognized as the frontage.
Leaving the meeting.
And therefore, although I like the imagination of Scott, the problem with it is it just isn't how the bylaw reads. The fortuitous part of this for the applicant is the bottom leg of the severed lot is zoned RR, while the top L portion of the lot is zoned rural. So we're working around the split zoning issue to allow this to go. Well, we appreciate his, as I say, logic. It just doesn't work.
Thank you very much, John.
So there is no opportunity then for them to get the 100 meters. Is that?
That's correct. Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, somebody's microphone is open again. I hear people talking in the background.
Leaving the meeting.
Makes it very difficult to when folks are constantly interrupting with background noise. I can't hear what they're saying, but I can hear the noise.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor McEwen, could I ask one more question?
Leaving the meeting.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Jackson, is it not only a requirement of like 60 meters on a township maintained road?
For an RR zone, Councillor.
For an RR zone. Okay. All right. I thought maybe we had that covered off there on the township road, which is what, 90-something, 91 meters? It's hard to read.
Yes, and that's the fortuitous part of the zoning of this property for the applicant.
Yeah, on the township road presently. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone else have any questions or concerns regarding this application? If not, let's move on to item 6.5, please. John.
Okay. This application, Council, is actually a resubmission not only once but twice. Poor Mr. Churchill got a 2-lot severance approved about 15 years ago. He had it lapse for whatever legal reasons. He reapplied 3 or 4 years ago, got them reapproved, sold one of the lots, but didn't register the second lot until the frenzied market came along, and he thought he wanted to sell the second lot, and he found out he didn't complete the paperwork. So this is a resubmission of a resubmission. So it is it's been through the mill.
Okay, thank you. Once again, questions or comments from councillors?
So, Mr. Jackson, this does conform with the requirement on the township road?
Yes, it does.
For both lots? Okay.
They do, yes.
John, I'm just trying to flip through to find it, but as I recall reading this, there was something in your report. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, but there was something in your report that about a neighbor who had a well and was concerned that septic beds on these new properties might somehow contaminate his water supply. Have I got the right property here?
I think you do, and the issue was resolved because he meets the Ontario Building Code standard for the separations between wells and septics.
Okay, I guess the point I would make, however, is that you made a statement, and I wish I could find it so I could read it to you, but I'm flipping back and forth and I don't see it. You made a statement that there was no concern for the contamination of his well, and since I don't believe that you're a hydrogeological engineer, I'm not sure that you're in a position to make such a statement. Once again, I'm wondering if there should not be some requirement placed on the developer in this case to ensure that he does, by whatever process is necessary, that he does not interfere with his neighbor's water supply. And I mean, there are two issues. One is the indemnification of the municipality, so that the owner with the well doesn't come back to us and say, well, you let him do this and my water's contaminated, now municipality's responsible. And second, so that the problem doesn't occur in the first place. Somebody gets sick. So I'm wondering if there shouldn't be some requirement in terms of a development agreement here that says you have to you'll have to get an expert opinion on this, or do some testing, or do something. Not simply rely on the separation. I don't know that would necessarily exonerate us if there was a problem.
Chairman Holbrook.
I'm just trying to quickly go through, Your Worship, the report. I don't see that
Joining the meeting.
issue, but if the way that the province D4 guidelines work is that they are only triggered, and just FYI, the D4 guidelines are the guidelines requiring lot standards of developments where you are creating more than 5 lots to have a minimum lot standard of 2.5 acres or a hectare. And those aren't triggered here. So it would be my strong belief, although as you have pointed out, I'm not a hydrogeologist, that if you meet those D4 guidelines, you pass muster. So I don't share the fact that this triggers an issue in respect of that kind of condition. And I can provide those guidelines to you so that you have them in the municipality's library, so that you can point to them, because that, I think, broadly covers the exposure of any liability to the municipality. At least it has for my last 40 years in this business. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to raise the issue, and you make sure that you felt that it's adequately covered off under the circumstances. I do, sir. You know, it's a dug well, which means that it's, at least what I saw was that it was, and I wish I could find it, but what I saw was that it was a dug well, as I remember, and you know, they're pretty.
Mr. Mayor?
They can be pretty much subject to surface runoff. Yes, Councillor Gorham Matthews, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point you that the what you're referencing is on page 34 of 139. I found the spot you're talking about. It's item B, halfway down the page.
Oh yes, okay. Sorry, thank you very much. I see it was at the bottom of B. It said there's no concern with potential groundwater contamination. I guess really what I want to make sure is that because I think we're relying on that. And it says the planning board received a comment from a landowner who raised this particular issue. So you know, we're almost kind of on notice. Anyway, if your recommendation is not to take any action, and not to put any condition on this, then unless other councillors wish to pursue the matter, I'll let it go. Are there any other questions or comments on this one?
Mr. Mayor, right. Scott Nash. It's Scott Nash again. I have one other question on this application, if I may.
Go ahead, Scott.
My question would be, I think Mr. Lamb had brought it up earlier, but on this application I noticed in the recommendations from Mr. John Jackson that it doesn't even speak to anything about parkland dedication fee. And I'm wondering why there'd be some consent applications that would not require payment of parkland dedication fee or land in lieu of on this application. And I noticed on the next application it's the same thing. Is parkland dedication fee not required in this case? or is it just oversight?
For your worship, it was paid when he sold the first lot. So that condition had already been fulfilled.
Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, you referred to in the next one. The next one is not a consent application. Unless I'm missing something. The next one is item 6.6, which is the housekeeping zoning bylaw amendments that we were looking at previously that had to do with docks. And just to kind of set the record straight on this particular one, when we dealt with it previously, you'll see in the minutes, when we dealt with it previously, I was operating under the assumption that both these amendments, that is the bylaw amendments and the amendment to the official plan, would somehow go together to this meeting that we were talking about having in August. And after the meeting and discussion with the CAO, I realized that there is no reason for those to go together. And in fact, I think we have an opportunity to do these sooner, these being the bylaw amendment, the zoning bylaw amendments, so that we can get the benefit of them for this summer season when folks are trying to put out docks. And so
joining the meeting.
That's why this is back here now with the relatively minor changes that were requested by council previously. And hopefully when we get back out of committee of the whole, we can actually move this forward and have our public meeting at an earlier date, so that we're not dealing with this dock situation through the whole that we did last year through the whole summer of 2021. So anyway, that's why this. If you're wondering why this is here, that's why it's here. John, do you want to make any other comments about it, or?
No, I didn't know that backstory, but I think you're wise as a council to get these fixed for this summer season and separate the two. One being fundamentally a housekeeping emphasis on housekeeping, versus others are bringing in sort of a new policy regime. So their body of sort of philosophy that council wants to get input on, whereas these are to correct things that mostly Tyler's caught on the road through his journey through his building permit files.
Okay then. So are there councillors, you have in front of you the table that shows what the proposed changes are. You can see the amendment was made between our last discussion and this one. Do you have any further comments or questions on what we have in front of us now?
Councillor Lamb.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We debated this. I'm in agreement, and I think council was in agreement to all these changes. And I also agree to expedite this. So let's move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Any other questions or comments about this 6.6?
Mr. Mayor, Joe McEwen.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
On number 6 and 7, which is a situation where we now have no docks permitted in EP zones, and there are EP on shores, that's fish habitat. So we're going to a situation where we're going with the MNRF requirement and permitting in EP zones as per the chart. The docks that are floating that are comply with MNRF requirements to be permitted in EP zone. And then the next one, and for
joining the meeting.
Number 7.
Dan and Sue Jessup.
Not type fish habitat. When fish habitat, okay, this was specific to the community center, I guess. Is that correct? Number 7?
That's correct.
That one. Go ahead, yes. That is simply to remove that EP designation on that bit of shoreline beside the beach, the Dunkirk beach that you recall that had some water plants growing in it.
Yes, it was designated as a EP zone, and then we found out through investigation that it really wasn't an EP zone in that case. I just wondered, I hope we weren't going to be too lax on EP zones generally and go for permitting and following MNRF requirements. So I guess it's appropriate as number 6 is laid out there.
Well, perhaps what we should do is ask John to respond to your 2 questions. And if I understood the 2 questions,
Joining
the first
meeting.
one was
Tyler Irwin.
Welcome, Tyler. Thank you. The MNRF rules that are referred to in a couple of places, how did those get enforced? We're not suggesting that the applicant goes to the MNR and asks for some ruling on it because I believe they won't get one. I am assuming that this is a decision that is made by our chief building official who just joined the call. Is that a correct statement?
There generally is that understanding. What the province did was it responded to a court decision over Halliburton where MNR had to be involved in any permit having anything to do with any of the Crown Lake bed. And that obviously was very cumbersome and not what they wanted. So they went back to the legislation and said that if you build the dock no larger than a certain size, and if you float it or if you put it on poles or cribs having less than a certain size, we are of a mind that the risk is minimized. Regardless, though, of having said that, it may have to be that if you are outside that, I'm going to call it threshold, then you would have to go through a process to get an assessment done by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans as required by MNR. So we're back to a more laissez-faire, but a laissez-faire with the notion that putting a floating dock partly in an EP area is managing the risk appropriately. Now, having said that, that recognizes what I'll call grandfathered lots. If we were to consider development of new lots on property having any fish habitat of significance along its frontage, we would require that new lot creation to have a portion of its frontage clear of any type 1. So that it essentially is a program for lots of record that have weedy areas in front of them, and that's how we manage it. So we, as a municipality, feel we might as well be in alignment with how the province looks at that particular natural feature. And the second question was, yes, we specifically did the due diligence one would have to do to remove a type 1 fish.
Joining the meeting.
After a professional biologist was asked to address it on behalf of council in front of the shoreline at the community center.
So, Mr. Jackson, if I read it correctly, then you will be allowed to put a minimal sized dock, I would say 15 square meters, in a EP zone. Is that correct?
Yes. It's actually if it's floating, I think the size of the dock, the decking area on a dock, we set. They're talking about the footprint of the dock on the Crown Lake bed.
Well, the MNR, though, they specify 15 square meters, with whether it's floating or cribbed, aggregate cribs, not to exceed that size.
Yeah, I don't think that's referring to the decking size. If Tyler's on, Your Worship, maybe he could clarify that.
Okay. I guess my main point is that we're going from a no-go situation for docks in EP zones to minimal size docks in any EP zone, as long as it meets the MNR requirements of size.
Joining the meeting.
Chris Dyer.
So Tyler, can we ask you to comment on this?
Hi, everybody. So I would have to double check on the MNR's rules again in regards to that. I think John's right though with the that area. I think is the 15 square meters of shadow area. I believe is on the lake bed. So I think the floating one is more governed by the bylaw, like John said. I don't have.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to put you on the spot, but that's my understanding too from the last time we talked about this. But
yeah, I just wanted to clear it up because there are people out there watching anxiously because they have properties, and there's just a total restriction on them right now.
Joining the meeting.
Relaxing that restrictions. Thank you.
Okay, are there other comments about the proposed zoning bylaw changes? All right. Well, hearing none, I think we are ready to come out of our committee of the whole. If someone would like to make a motion to that.
Joining the meeting.
Fact.
Sharon Ferris.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Hello?
Lamb.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb. Sorry, I'm just looking for my. Well, I'm missing a resolution page here, but so out of committee of the whole. Could I ask whoever is speaking, please, to mute your phone? We can all hear you. Okay, so moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by...
I'll second. Councillor Woods.
Seconded by Councillor Woods. That we return to regular session, and the time is 8 p.m. All right. So, okay, now I found it. All right. Reconvene to regular meeting. So now we're prepared to deal with the matters that arise from the discussions that we just had. And the first one, we'll go through them in order, item 6.1, which was the Bray Shore Road Allowance. I'll read it and ask for a mover and seconder. Whereas an application has been filed by Jeff and Nancy Bray for the closing and acquisition of the Shore Road Allowance fronting part lots 29 and 30 concession 4 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. And whereas there are no official plan conflicts, environmental concerns, or planning issues with respect to this application, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has no objection to the closure and acquisition of the Shore Road Allowance fronting part lots 29 and 30 concession 4 in the geographic township of Mackenzie. Now the Municipality of Whitestone, District of Parry Sound, is applied for by Jeff and Nancy Bray, subject to the provision, number one, the provision that only the lands above the controlled high water mark be available for stopping up and transfer, and two, payment of all associated costs and fees. Could I get a mover and seconder for this, please?
Joining the meeting.
Councilor McEwen.
You going to go in the other room? Yeah. Make sure you can hear.
Okay, can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move. Councilor McEwen.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. Seconded by?
I'll second Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gorham Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Thank you. That's approved. 6.2. Whereas an application has been filed by Gordon Michael Kirby for the closing and acquisition of the Shore Road Allowance, Part Lot 19, Concession 6, Geographic Township of Burton, now Municipality of Whitestone, District of Parry Sound, and whereas there are no official plan conflicts, environmental concerns, or planning issues with respect to this application, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has no objection to the closure and acquisition of the Shore Road Allowance, fronting Part Lot 19, Concession 6, in the Geographic Township of Burton, now the Municipality of Whitestone, District of Parry Sound, as applied for by Gordon Kirby, and that's subject to 1. Exception to any of the road allowance fronting to Type 1 fish habitat. 2, the provision that only the lands above the controlled high water mark be available for stopping up and transfer. And 3, payment of all associated costs and fees. Can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move
I'll
that.
move. Councilor McEwen.
Okay, that was Councillor Gorham Matthews moved and Councillor McEwen seconded. Any discussion on this one? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you like to call the roll, please?
I will. Councillor Gorham Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Thank you. That is carried. And that brings us to 6.3, which was the Prentice consent. Whereas John Jackson Planner, Inc. has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B01/2021 Whitestone for Ken and Sandra Prentice and provided a copy to the Municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the report as information and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval subject to the following conditions. And there are 4 of them, 5 of them actually. First, the lands be rezoned from rural, that's the RU zone, to the rural the RU exception zone. Which is different from what was printed on your sheet there, but that's what came out of the discussion. So it's to be rezoned from RU to RU exception. 2, and I'm going to read the wording from the next one. Payment of a parkland dedication fee in accordance with the municipality's current fees and charges bylaw. That's number 2. Number 3, receiving 911 addressing for the new lot. 4, payment of any applicable planning fees. And 5, increase in the frontage from 68 meters to 100 meters. That, I believe, is what we agreed to in discussion. Is there a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Councilor McEwen.
I'll second.
Okay, I think Councillor McEwen got there first. It's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll please.
Thank you. Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Thank you. And that brings us to 6.4, which was the mine consent application. Whereas John Jackson, planner, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B02/2021W. That's Shirley Mine, the applicant, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information and recommends, the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone recommends the consent application for approval subject to the following conditions. 1, the lands be rezoned from the rural RU to the rural residential, that is RR, zone. 2, that the applicant enters into a 5126 agreement to be registered against the severed and retained lands to indemnify the municipality for the private use of the concession road allowance and to ensure that its standard is capable of accommodating
Joining the meeting.
Emergency vehicles.
7.
Number 3, payment of a parkland dedication fee in accordance with the municipality's current fees and charges bylaw. 4, receiving 911 addressing for the new lot. And 5, payment of any applicable planning fees. Mover and seconder for this one.
I'll move, Councillor Wood.
Councillor Woods moves, seconded by
I'll second it, Councillor Lamb.
Councillor Lamb. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, please, roll.
Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Number 5. This is the Churchill consent application. Whereas John Jackson, planner, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B04/2021W. Applicant is Churchill, Stephen, and Sandra, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the report as information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone recommends the consent application for approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, receiving 911 addressing for the new lot, and number 2, payment of any applicable planning fees. Can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move, Councilor McEwen. I'll second.
All right, I heard Councillor Gore Matthews move again, and Councillor McEwen second. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Thank you. That is carried. And finally, item 6.6, the proposed housekeeping zoning bylaw amendments. Whereas John Jackson, municipal planner, has presented a report to the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone regarding housekeeping zoning bylaw amendments dated January 18th, 2021 and February 18th, 2021. Be it resolved that Council receives this report as information and that Council directs staff to circulate the report to municipal road and lake associations and post the report with attachments on the Municipality of Whitestone's website in regards to a public meeting to be held on March 15th, 2021. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please?
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Second, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods, second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll take the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Gorham Matthews,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor McEwen,
Yes.
thank you, Councillor Woods,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's approved. And good work, everybody. Thank you. So that brings us to, I would say, item 8. We do not have a public meeting, so item 8. That brings us to item number 9. I'm sorry, which is the consent agenda. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives and or approves the items contained in the consent agenda as detailed above, and they are specifically the council and committee. They are the regular council meeting minutes for January 18th and the list of unfinished business. Can I get a mover and seconder for those, please, for that consent agenda, please?
I also move, Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. Seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you. Any discussion about those items? Or about this motion? Any objection to approving it? Okay, hearing none, I'll declare it carried. There is an opportunity if anyone wishes to raise an item in regards to what is in those two items. But if I don't hear anything, I'll assume we're going to move on.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to bring attention to item E and G. They are letters, resolutions from, sorry, it's actually D.
Are you talking about, are you talking about correspondence, Councillor McEwen?
Yeah, sorry. You're not there yet?
We're going to get to that in a
Joining
minute.
the meeting.
Sorry.
Adam Russell?
If you don't mind, just put that on hold.
No problem.
That brings us to item 10, accounts payable. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approve accounts payable in the amount of $515,166.38 and payroll in the amount of $57,173.47 for payment.
I'll move, Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. Seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor Lamb.
Okay, thank you. That's moved and second. Any discussion about the payables? Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll for the vote, please.
Thank you. Councillor Gorham Matthews?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor McEwen?
Yes.
Councillor Wood?
Yes.
And Mayor Comrie?
Yes. Okay, thank you. That is carried unanimously. All right. We're moving along famously here. No bylaws for this meeting. We do have some staff reports. And the first one is our draft damaged road policy, which has come back after discussion at a previous meeting. And I'm
Joining the
not
meeting.
sure if it's our
Karen Greenwood.
our facilities superintendent David Creaser is going to introduce this one, or am I right, Madam CAO? I'll let you start.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will get started. As Mayor suggested, this is a return visit for this policy, something new for the municipality. We have it embedded in our fees bylaw, but we haven't actually built the policy around how this damage deposit will work specifically for building permits. And so Tyler Irwin, our CBO, and David Creaser, our manager of public works, got together, listened to council's concerns, and we realized that there was an explanation that needed to be given and a differentiation between the damage deposit for a building permit and the damage deposit for an entrance, and the fact that regardless of these
Joining the meeting.
We do get heavy trucks on our roads, and we can't, unless there's a bylaw that says heavy trucks can't travel on roads, they will continue to travel on our roads. So by that introduction, I'm not sure which of the staff members would like to go first to create a bit of an explanation on the policy. It hasn't changed significantly, but the report, I hope, helps council understand the difference between the two damage deposits and how specifically the damage deposit for the building permit will be managed. So I'll turn it over to the two gentlemen that wrote the report.
Great, thank you. Who wants to go first?
Dave, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
If you wouldn't mind, Tyler, I'll jump in and fill in the blanks.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks, Michelle, for the introduction on the policy. So as Michelle said, Dave and I met and listened to council's concerns. So we're hoping that we captured everything in our report. And we did try to make it specific either to a property that may have a building permit, or if there's no building permit, then if there was an entrance permit taken out, we're hoping we can use either one if there is damage that does occur. We also did note it in this would transfer over in the event that a building permit was transferred to a new owner. We also have some wording in there for that, so it would transfer to the new owner. I think quite a bit of the stuff is the same as last time. We just added those few things and a little bit more explanation on our report.
Joining the meeting.
Gail Caldwell.
And also
Go ahead.
also that we review the policy in 3 years to see if it's if it's working for the municipality or if there's some changes we need to make or so on. So hopefully it helps to clarify things a little bit.
All right. And do you have anything you want to add, David? And
yes, if I could. I just want to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to clarify that this is a completely separate policy to the entrance application policy. The entrance application policy is taken out at the beginning, early stages of a lot development. Applications made, deposit of $750 is given, and this entrance application process could take about a month or more. A very short process where someone can have the entrance installed and approved within about a month. So this is an early stage, and it's a very short-term process. And then moving on to a building permit, this would be a longer process. It would take a longer period for the whole permit process to be completed and the final occupancy given. And that would give us the opportunity to reevaluate the road at that time. So it would be another tool for the municipality to use to ensure that our roads are respected.
Muriel Stiles just came on.
Please mute your phones, people who are joining the call.
Thank you. That was to the
Go ahead,
extent,
David.
so just to clarify that there are two separate deposits, and one's the entrance deposit, and this would be the related to the building permit, the road damage policy. Would there be any questions?
Perhaps before we do that, what I should do is get a motion just to receive this report and
I'll make the motion
and consider it. So let me read it to you just so you know what you're moving, if you don't mind, Councilor Lamb. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report PLDG 2021-02, which is an update on the draft road damage policy for building permits for information, and that the road damage deposit policy for issuing building permits be approved, and furthermore, that the policy be reviewed in 3 years.
Joining the meeting.
So that is the motion that has been suggested by staff. Are you prepared to move that, Councilor Lamb?
Yeah, I had read it before I made the motion, so I knew what was coming up. Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry. I still have to read it for the record. At least I think I do. I don't know. Anyway.
I realize.
Yeah. Can I get a seconder, please? Could I once again ask, okay, I got you, Councilor Woods. Could I once again ask those of you on the phone who are not councillors, please mute your phones and keep them muted until there's an opportunity for you to speak. We're picking up all the background noise from open microphones. Very distracting. Thank you. All right, so the motion is on the floor, and we could have we could have questions for our staff.
Joining the meeting.
Councillor Lamb.
Ron,
Councillor Lamb. Can someone hear me? Or
yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Sorry. I had brought this up. This is kind of my item, I guess, in the last year or so. And what this resonates from is on Canning Road, of course. They put the bell tower up, and the bell people did a lot of damage to our Tar and Ship Road on Canning. And there's been other situations where there's been damage done to the road. So I think this is the right policy. I commend staff for doing a good job. I've read it. I think it's fine. Not give it a try. I think it's a responsible thing to do, and hopefully it works. So, and hopefully it'll be a deterrent from people to not destroy our roads with big trucks, etc. So anyway, thank you and a good job for staff. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank the staff for pretty much picking up all our requests. I know they've done a significant review of the whole thing, and it looks good. Thank you.
Anything else?
Leaving the meeting.
I just mentioned that in a previous discussion I had with our CAO about this, it was brought to my attention that we do have a bylaw covering entrance permits, and I gather it's a fairly old one, and that may be something that needs to be looked at some point in time to see if it's doing everything that we intended to do, because they are, as you heard previously, they're really covered separately. The building code does not deal with entrance permits, so we have a bylaw for that, but it's I guess it's pretty old. Anyway, are there any other comments or anything you want to conclude with, Madam Clerk? No?
Oh, no, nothing for me. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I would just like to say, if I could, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank Dave for all of his help on this. He really did a lot of work on that and had a lot of good information. And also Michelle helped a lot. So I just really wanted to say thank you to the both of them for their work and input on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready for the vote then? Any other comments or questions? Let's have the roll then, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
And Mayor Conley.
Joining the meeting.
Dan Jevons. Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. The next report is a budgetary control report for the 12 months ended December 31, 2020.
Leaving the meeting.
And I will give our treasurer Pat Allen an opportunity to
leaving the meeting.
Introduce this. But before we do that, perhaps I could get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report FIN 2021-01 for information purposes, and that staff continue to keep Council updated with quarterly budgetary control reporting. Somebody like to move that?
I'll move, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Seconded by?
I'll second it. Councillor Gore Matthews.
Okay. Anything that you'd like to say by way of introduction, Madam Treasurer?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's a packed agenda. I don't want to hold everybody up or bore them with my numbers, but I'll just say very quickly that we're pretty much on target. Our revenues are, the unbudgeted revenues from the safe startup funding is what's really carrying us. I am going to predict that we have a bit of a surplus to that amount of money. Our expenses are down. I know we have a budget meeting coming up March 1st, so if there's any detailed questions, we may want to cover it then. I can cover it now. If there's any detailed questions, it's up to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Joining the meeting.
Are there any questions that you would like to get answered this evening, councillors? Or are you prepared to wait for 2 weeks?
Well, I'm prepared.
No,
to
go
wait
ahead.
2 weeks.
Go ahead.
It's just a comment. Obviously, our revenues are over budget, and our expenses are under budget by 5%. So we should have a surplus, I would think. When will you know what the actual surplus is, and when will the audit of our books for 2020 be completed?
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. I'm dealing with the auditors right now, so I'm predicting maybe mid-March, maybe towards the end of March.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor
Okay.
McEwen.
Go ahead.
Madam Treasurer, on the top of page 2, the first sentence, reduced debt funding is due to capital projects coming in under budget and cancellation deferrals of capital projects and to the following year, 2021.
Joining the meeting.
Robin Plum.
The debt ceiling, as I understand it, is like $609,000, and presumably we sit in a pretty favorable position right now, having paid off the office and fire hall complex, which was like $120,000. Therefore, I'm wondering if in a couple of weeks you can give us a total update on where we sit in, I'd say, favorable position with respect to paying down and maybe going into possible debt financing on such things as a nursing station, potential office expansion, where we would be with, say, the pool, the wellness center pool complex, and where we would be with library reconciliation, if that is possible at that time. So these are all utility type building projects. I know we have the other capital items from roads and such to consider as well. So I'm wondering if you give us a report on where we could possibly go and what we can expect within our spending limit, which we're certainly way down in the, say, 20% range of where we're leading 2020, going to 2021. I see us with plenty of wiggle room there to do some significant project type stuff. Wondering if that could be calculated either now or 2 weeks from now. Our meeting probably would be best. Thank you.
Oh, yes, correct. No, I'll have a full update once we set on our capital budget for 2021, and I'll give you the debt reconciliation. No problem.
Okay, that would be fine. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, I'll call the question indirectly, since it's simply to receive a report for information. Is there any objection to us passing this motion? Okay, hearing none, I will declare the motion passed. The next item, 12.3, is a motion in regards to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And I'll call for, I'm just bringing it up on, we're trying to bring it up on my screen here. There we are. I'll ask for a mover and seconder for the following. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report admin 2021-01 via the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, and the request from the town of Parry Sound to withdraw from the Planning Board for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone have no objection to the Town of Parry Sound withdrawing from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Would someone like to move that, please?
It's before the stuff that we're doing is.
Excuse me, could folks who are not councillors please mute your microphones? We can hear you in the background. This is just councillors at the moment. I need a councillor to move. Councillor Gorham Matthews, thank you very much. Moves. Seconder?
I'll second it, Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. That opens it up for a discussion. You have a report from the CAO clerk, and I don't know if she has any comments that she wants to make first before we open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make some brief comments, but the report I hope is self-explanatory. There were two things that I dealt with in this report. One was the request from the Town of Parry Sound to withdraw from the Planning Board, and this is a request that's been kicking around for a number of years and has now gained some momentum. And then I've also spoken to a council resolution whereby council was November 2020, where council asked staff to look at prepare a report on the implications of Whitestone assuming responsibility for its own land use planning in the event the Parry Sound Area Planning Board was discontinued. And this is somewhat different than the first item in that if the Town of Parry Sound withdraws from the Planning Board, which it appears MMH is looking favorably on, then there still is 4 remaining municipalities within the Planning Board. One municipality, Carling, has indicated to MMH they would like to withdraw, and the other 2 municipalities have differing opinions that they haven't made public yet.
Leaving the meeting.
Independent land use planning responsibility. So I dealt with both of those, and also gave you a bit of a history of the Planning Board, which I thought was interesting. So if I don't want to walk through the whole report because it's not lengthy, but there's a lot of information there. But I'm happy to answer questions, and I came to the conclusion that. And I also like to say I talked to Councillor Gorham Matthews, who's on the Planning Board, and was also on the Finance Committee of the Planning Board, and they looked at what the finances would look like with Parry Sound leaving, and it was abundantly clear, and you'll see in the attachments that it remains viable financially as a Planning Board with just the 4 municipalities participating, and also if the Planning Board disbanded, I believe that the municipality of Whitestone could indeed manage the consents that would come our way, the land division applications that would come our way, with certainly some help.
Did you notice that I had C?
With certainly some help from a qualified planner. So hopefully that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Questions and or comments from councillors?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question of Madam CEO, please.
Go ahead, Councillor McEwen.
And it pertains to Carling, at least. They haven't filed, to my knowledge, to ask to be exempt from the Planning Board or to exit it. Madam Clerk, do you have any comments on where we would sit without Carling specific, or is that kind of a mute item at this point, since they really haven't even applied for? But they are being pretty firm in their resolution, from what I see, and they're saying that they will only support Parry Sound if they're given consideration to exit as well. Could you comment on that?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council.
Joining the meeting.
I did speak to the CAO at Carling, and he indicated to me that they had applied a number of years ago as well, and they hadn't received any indication either way from MMAH. I think they feel they're in a pretty good position to manage their own land use planning because they have their own planner. But beyond that, I don't know if MMAH is actually considering their application. And I'm not sure linking it to their approval of the town of Parry Sound withdrawing really has any merit. What I understand from discussions with MMAH is that they're looking for municipal input, but they're not necessarily going to base their position or their decision on a vote, for instance, of the 4 municipalities, whether they agree or not agree. It's going to be based on different criteria. So, unfortunately, I don't have any more information than that.
So your suggestion that we support Parry Sound, and that includes Carling in the fold as well at this time. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had not intended it to include Carling. Okay. I think that's, and to your point, that's another question. Would the planning board be viable with just 3 municipalities? And that's not something I looked at. I received that, even though resolution is from December, I received it somewhat late in the day and was able to add it to the agenda. My report was substantially complete by then. Okay. So our report is to support Parry Sound at this point, which is for information, I guess, for them at this point anyway. So.
I guess, Madam CIO, if I understand this correctly, we were asked specifically by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to comment on or to indicate our position with respect to Parry Sound leaving the board. We were not asked to, and that's what we're responding to. We weren't asked to comment or take position on in regards to the future of the board or other municipalities that might decide to or might wish to opt out as well. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. It was a very scoped conversation, and the question was specific. The questions and conversation was specifically around the town of Parry Sound and their request.
Mr. Mayor, if I could comment.
Who is this, Beth?
Oh, yeah, it's Councillor Gore Matthews.
Okay, sorry, I didn't recognize your voice for a sec there. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make the comment that during the presentation from MMAH that they indicated we were only considering the town of Parry Sound. We weren't to consider other options of whether we wanted to leave or whether Carling wanted to leave. But specifically, they're looking for a resolution from our municipality of whether or not we support Parry Sound leaving.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments about this?
Yeah, Councillor Lamb.
Go ahead.
A lot of this comes down to, if Parry Sound get out, you're saying that will be good for us financially, Madam CAO, or it will cost us money if Parry Sound leave the area planning board, right? Is it going to cost us more money or less money if they leave?
My understanding is it will cost us the same amount of money to participate every year, which is the $7,000 per year. If I may, though, I know that Councillor Gore Matthews was on
joining the meeting.
Is on the finance committee.
Simon Gail Harris
is on the committee that looked at the financial implications of Parry Sound leaving. So perhaps she could speak a little bit better to that than I could.
Sure. To you, Mr. Mayor. When Mr. Jackson presented the figures to us, it actually was going to work out to about the same. Wasn't going to cost any of the remaining municipalities any more money to participate in the planning board. The town of Parry Sound actually brings very few cases to the planning board and applications as opposed to the other municipalities. So there wasn't going to be a financial impact to the planning board. And just as a side note, we did approve the budget that our fees for 2021 would be $5,000 this year instead of $7,000. Just given that last year was ended up because of COVID and people taking advantage of everyone wanting to move up to this area. It was a huge year for applications, and the revenue was quite high last year. So we were able to bring down the fees for each municipality for 2021.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor, yeah.
thank you for that comment.
Yeah, Beth. So, we pay $7,000 to the area planning board. Last year, did they pay $7,000 also, or did they pay a lot more?
I believe everyone pays the same amount.
Oh, okay. Okay. The other question I have, Madam CAO, it says in here somewhere that there's 10, I think it's in attachment B, that there's 10 members of the representing, the Parry Sound Area Planning Board is composed of 10 members representing Whitestone, Who are the 10 members? That's on page 102 of
joining the meeting.
Where it gets field. Attachment A.
Right. Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the 10 members are 2 members of council from each of the 5 municipalities.
So it's not 10, okay, it's not 10 municipalities, it's 10 members on it.
Yeah, 2 from each.
Okay, sorry, okay. That's fine. I mean, I find it a kind of I'll just make a tongue-in-cheek sort of comment that hopefully will be taken in light. Parry Sound wants to withdraw from an area planning board when it suits their interest, and we may agree to this, but when it doesn't, they want to go regionalized, right? So anyway, thank you.
And so are there any other comments from councillors who haven't spoken? If not, I would just leave you with a thought, and I'm not suggesting that we take any action on this right now, but one of the things that we did as council, we did ask staff to do back when this subject first came up, and you will recall that I had suggested to you that the end of the planning board may be in sight, and that we ought to think about what the implications would be for us if there was no planning board. If everybody says we want out of this, the question is, are we able to do what we need to do on our own? And I think you'll find that the CAO's report covers that off fairly well, how that would work. And in fact, it doesn't make a lot of difference if we have the planning board or we don't have the planning board in terms of our ability to do planning. Clearly, we still have to have the services of a professional planner. But the reason that it doesn't make a huge difference when you see a municipality or even 2 municipalities leave is that most of the revenue of the planning board comes from fees that the applicants for the various consents and so on plan approvals are paying, and that goes to whoever's doing it. So, and it's still going to continue to go to whoever's doing it. So it's not like if we would get, if we were doing that administrative work, we would get that revenue for the administrative part, and the balance, the costs over that for planning assistance, of course, get charged back to the applicant. So it's not like it's coming out of the coffers of the municipality. It also a thought that has occurred to me based on discussions that we had now over a year ago in regards to how this whole arrangement works. Something that we might want to do, even if the planning board continues for the time being, is we might want to do what some other municipalities do, which is to cause the applications to the planning board to flow through our office first, so that we, in fact, know about them before we from the outset, and have contact with the applicant and so on, have a file open before we receive something that has already come from the planning board with a recommendation on it for council consideration. So this is a subject we might want to pick up at another meeting. I'm not suggesting we talk about it further tonight, but that's I guess if we're in agreement that we're okay with Parry Sound leaving, then we can then we can dispense with step one of this process and wait till it comes back again for further discussion. Any other comments that anybody has? I guess we should call the question on this. Call the roll on this one, Madam CAO, if you don't mind.
Just hold on.
All right, go ahead. Do you have another comment?
I didn't know whether I was muted or not. Sorry.
No, you're not.
Sorry. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this, please.
I just did. I asked the clerk to call the roll. Yes. Sorry.
No, not just call the roll. Okay, it's going to be recorded. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gore Matthews.
Yeah.
Councillor Lamb.
No.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So the motion is carried. Three in favor, two opposed. All right. Let me move on to the next one, which is 12.4. So this item I'm just flipping through a bunch of pages here. Sorry, this item has to do with our schedule of newsletters and a suggestion that we move in the direction of electronic newsletters for half of our newsletters. So let me read the suggested motion and see if we can get a mover and seconder. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report admin 2020-02, which is quarterly newsletter delivery options for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone provides the following direction in respect of quarterly newsletter options. And the direction is that the February newsletter would be a hard copy newsletter mailed with the tax bill, and that the main newsletter would be an online e-newsletter only with print versions made available at the municipal office and community center. The August version would once again be hard copy and mailed with the tax bill, and the November one would be an online e-newsletter only with print versions made available. Is there a mover and seconder for this, please?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gore Matthews moves, seconded by?
I'll second.
Is that Councillor Woods?
Yeah, Councillor McEwen.
Oh, Councillor McEwen, I'm sorry.
I'm losing my voice, Mr. Mayor, for some reason.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So it is open for discussion.
So, Mr. Mayor, could I make a comment or maybe a question?
Sure. Go ahead.
The e-newsletter version, which would go to me with copies at the office and community center. So if people are not connected with email and such like that, I guess we just have to make them aware that this quarterly one is available at these other locations. Like the folks who would normally receive it in the mail will not anymore. I just wonder how effective we'll be in getting to those people who are basically maybe shut-ins or non-techie type people.
Any response, Madam CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would certainly let folks know. I'm just trying to think. Well, you know, if you're not connected by with the computer, you may not be getting, you know, the social media posts that we're trying to do now, a little bit more often on Facebook and on Twitter. It would be
joining the meeting.
Me too.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'd have to give some thought to how that would happen. Be honest with you, the intent was to follow up on our social media strategy, which was to try to move away from the hard copy and
joining the meeting,
and to go into a more digital approach. And looking at it in this way, we could do that. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you, Councilor McEwen, at this point.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Lamb. Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to try and move to a digital format if we can. However, Councillor McEwen brings up a good point. There's lots of people that don't have digital anything. Some of them don't have computers and aren't on the internet and that sort of thing. And I'll give you an example. I'm a president of the condo here that I am in now in Burlington, and we get the same problem. We have a newsletter, right? Some people want it electronically, and some people they want to see the hard copy. So, is there any way we can more or less ask them, right? You know, or have some default position to say we're going to go electronically, unless you specifically ask to have a copy mailed out. The other thing is, no matter how important we think we are, people out there in the busy work world, of which 80% of our people are seasonal, so they're out and about all over Ontario and Canada, believe me, the last thing they do is go to the municipality of Whitestone website to see what's happening. We'd love to think they do, but they don't. So, you know, again, those are the factors we have to look in at that. There is a cost to sending it out, but sometimes there's an important message to send out too. This is really our best communication tool that we have, unfortunately, and the demographics and the wide area that our people are in makes it even more important. So what am I asking there? Ask them. If I want it in hard copy and I tell you I want it in hard copy, then mail it to me, right? Is there anything wrong with that? Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, and I think the other you know, the other thing that many organizations do is they say, they try to get folks who are online to accept the newsletter and in some cases other mailings of importance, including some official things. You know, most of the companies that ask you to pay bills are sending you are trying to get you to accept e-bills, and it is annoying if you have to sort of log onto their website and download your bill and everything. But if you can get them to email it to you, that's great because then it comes and you find it that way. So, but there will always be some people who either won't want it that way or won't, or don't have, you know, access to email and maybe not the internet at all. And in that case, we probably would have to somehow maintain a list of people who get a paper copy. I don't know. And I realize that's a bunch of extra administrative work setting it up in the first place, but anyway, I don't know. Are we? Maybe a question back to our staff is: Are you prepared to come up with a way to accommodate folks who say I can't or I don't want to get it online? I still want to get my copy. Is there some way we can establish a list of those people and make sure that we print enough copies so they can be mailed out?
Leaving the meeting.
Simon Gail Harris.
Sorry, that was a question for you, Madam CAO, I believe.
I was just waiting for the name.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good question. On our website right now, just the opposite of what you're suggesting, we have people able to sign up for e-news, and we're still working with that because it's fairly new, and how to link that to the roll number so that when their tax bill goes out, for instance, that they don't get a newsletter because they've asked for e-news. So we've, I think last time we looked, there was maybe 130 folks had signed up, and that's pretty good since the website was just launched in December. But the opposite is if someone requests that the newsletter be mailed to them, then we would be happy to make a list of those folks. And I'd have to give some thought to how that would happen. Yeah. I dealt with that at another municipality where we stopped sending out a waste management booklet. And when people phoned and said they missed having your booklet and they didn't want to go online, we were happy to put them on a list, and their booklet was mailed to them. A number of booklets were published. So we can certainly give some thought to that. I can talk to the other staff and get some ideas of how that would be accomplished. And the idea of having some at the municipal office. People, eventually people will be walking back into the municipal office and they'll be using our community center, and we'll have the newsletters there for people to take a look at and read if they wanted one.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Lamb. Thinking on this thing, I think for the time being, for the next year, that our default position should be to spend the doggone money and send the mail out to people. And you know what? Try our best over the next year to have people tell us you don't need to send it to us. We'll take it by email, and then simply have a list that you hit a button and they all go out. But I just think that this is the most important, or one of the most important communication tools that we have. And if we're going to be transparent and we're going to be informative to our taxpayers as to what's happening, then I think it would be a mistake to cut out 2 newsletters and just say it's on the website and whatever. So I think the default position should be that we spend the money and mail the doggone thing out.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods, if I could say something.
Go ahead.
To me, I mean, the online would be a great tool. Like, Councillor Lamb had said and Councillor McEwen had said, it would be great if everybody was involved in that. But the reality is we're not. And I can't help but thinking through reading this, we're trying to reinvent the wheel. And we have a system that works well. Some people read it when it comes in the mail. Some people, would automatically go to their computer. But until we get it to where everybody would have
What kind of
internet access, and they were all in agreement to being online, we should just stick with what we've been doing and do a mail-out. Yeah, it cost us a little bit of money, but at the end of the day, it is one of our most valuable tools to contact people.
Mr. Mayor, I
Okay,
second
thank you.
Councillor Lamb and Councillor Woods on those comments. It's a very, very important tool, I think. I go back to before we had so much activity around our phones and the media that we've got now. And I used to sit down maybe at hockey time or something and read a flyer. It was always kind of like it was there. And then I put it somewhere because when councils change and staff change, emergency numbers, etc., we do a real good job of recording a whole lot of information for our ratepayers on that newsletter. So I think it's very significant to maybe consider staying with where we are, as Councillor Lamb just mentioned, bite the bullet for the next year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gore-Matthews, did you want to weigh in on this one? Excuse me, could I ask whoever, sorry, before you start, could I ask whoever has a microphone open to close it, please? We're getting a lot of background noise again. Mute your microphone, please, unless you're Councillor Gore-Matthews.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my only comment would be that for the newsletters that aren't included with the tax bills, would there be a cost savings if the newsletters were sent just directly to each household for the local ones, just through the mail, when you can just send like a flyer out, and if everybody in the municipality that lives in the municipality would get one. And then we pay the extra charge to mail out the ones individually to the rest of the taxpayers. I don't know if that would save us money or not, or if that would make more work or less work for staff.
Any response, Madam CAO?
Yeah, there probably would be a savings. And what I wanted to say is this report was not necessarily about saving money, although, I've commented on the financial aspect of it because that's part of a typical report. It was really a follow-up from the communication strategy built by Bloom Consulting, and that was one of the recommendations, that municipality transition from print only to e-newsletter by 2022. Completely understand where council is coming from, and staff is happy to continue the status quo. But like I said, it was recognizing that council paid for a communication strategy, and this was one of the comments and thought processes that was presented to council at the time through the implementation plan. So we're happy to do whatever council likes, and I'll certainly look into that bulk mailing option. I believe there is some savings. I haven't done it that often, but I'm sure my staff can be able to tell me that.
Okay, so I guess the question is, what do we want to do with this? What I'm hearing is that we're not, sounds like folks are not in favor of this, but I guess maybe
Joining the meeting.
Maybe the answer is to call the question and see if we see if it gets defeated. We did have a motion to move forward with this schedule, and so unless you want to come back and we could defer it if you would like to get staff to revisit other options that exist in the short term for some sort of a mixed system, or we can do what I heard being suggested by a couple of councillors that we simply carry on with things the way they are at the time being and defer this for, say, another year. What's your pleasure? Do you want a motion to approve, or do you want a motion to defer? And if so, until when? Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, I think we should obviously defer it. I'm not going to vote to go to newsletters electronically, and I think you capsulize it in that council doesn't want that, right? I think Councillor Gorham Matthews makes a good point. You know, when we were all going through the election, we paid $200 and sent it to every single person in Whitestone, right, who lived locally, and I'm sure if we paid, stamps, it'd be more. So there's probably a cost savings there. And again, the other part is work on trying to get people's email. I don't mind saying to the municipality, just when you get your newsletter, send it to me electronically. I don't mind that, and then you don't have to mail it out. So let's just work on trying to get more electronic stuff, but send it out in the meantime. So I vote for deferral, or I don't care. It'll be defeated if you bring it to the floor. So I don't know what.
Yes, I realize that, and then it would have to come back at some future time. So, will we? Does anyone object? Let me put it this way: does anyone object to deferring it for the foreseeable future until we get more people online? Is anybody opposed to doing that?
No, I think we just need more time to capture people's attention to our website and getting them to sign up, and we need to get the technology in place to link all of their information so that we know who can be removed off the list. We don't have that capability yet of knowing who signed up for a newsletter and who hasn't.
Mr. Mayor, one comment. It will give us time to bring in more email or e-transfer type things going on through payments of bills and such, since we've only been into it for a month or two. Maybe 6 months from now, we'll have a very much better feel for how many people will go with electronic receiving information from us.
Okay. Well, I'm hearing defer. Let's defer it until we have an indication that it's practical to do something different from what we're doing then. Everybody okay with that? Anybody not okay? All right, thank you. That item is deferred, 12.4. And that brings us to item 12.5, which is a summary of the financial situation with respect to the after-school program. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives report admin-2021-03, which is a financial 3-year comparison of the after-school program for information.
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
I heard Councillor Lamb and I heard Councillor McEwen. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion, comments, or questions?
Yeah, I have one. What isn't in there, and am I on? Yeah.
You're on.
Okay. I'm not. What isn't in there is a reflection of, and I'm glad this thing is sort of, getting better and cost-wise, et cetera. But there isn't in there an estimation of the staff time that is required to administer this program. And I know it was a lot of money in the past, but are we still at that level, Madam CEO, in terms of administration? I'm not suggesting we change anything, but there's a lot of staff time involved in this, is there not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was initially, when I joined the municipality in 2018, there was a change in protocols where the municipality had to develop a whole lot of policies, and that took an immense amount of time. That work is now done. There was a new policy developed related to COVID just before September of school year started, and that took a little bit of time. But
excuse me, there are ratepayers with their microphones not muted. We can hear you over top of the people who are speaking. Please mute your phones or disconnect from the call. Thank you.
So to follow up with that, I would say the heavy lifting is done. At this point, there's
Just trying to get a lot of people calling in. I got a busy signal finally connected. They haven't had our part yet. I think it's next. Mute your phone when you get on so they can't hear you. Okay.
Excuse me, you are interrupting someone who has the floor. Please mute your phone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think we're going to have to go back to Zoom calls here. This is not working very well. Go ahead.
So, as I was saying, the heavy lifting was done in terms of developing the policy, getting some protocols in place. There was a lot of meetings with the ministry in terms of the number of children and making some adjustments there, some much needed adjustments. But that work is done. And I know Judy Maintz, who wrote the report and does manage this program now, and I believe she's on the call, would probably tell you that it's a minimal amount of time at this point managing, supervising the person who supervising Rebecca and doing the accounts receivable. So perhaps I could ask Judy to comment on that.
Hello, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is Judith Maintz. Yes, very little time is needed for running this program overall. We were able to secure some accounts receivable that were back owing, and that's put us in a more favorable position for the program overall. But the amount of time that's needed to oversee this is very minimal.
Well, it's muted.
Pardon?
It's muted, so they can't hear it.
Excuse me, but whoever it is that is
Meeting
talking,
meeting.
we can hear everything that you're saying. You need to hang up if you cannot mute your phone, please. Thank you. Thank you, Judy, for your comments. That's your question is answered, Councillor Lamb?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments about this report? Is there anyone, if there aren't, is anyone opposed to our motion to receive it? Just to receive, so.
You make a comment?
Oh yes, Councillor Gar-Matthews, by all means.
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't know if you could hear me. I just, as a user of the program, I just wanted to thank Judy and Michelle for all their hard work in getting the program sorted out, and just you can see the difference in the administration of it, and we're able to capture all of the funding that is needed really to keep the program running successfully for the parents. So, there's been over the last year or two, a real change in the program, and I think it shows in the numbers and in the number of families using it. So thank you for all their hard work in getting everything sorted out and running well.
Okay, thank you for that comment, which I would echo. I think we're very much kind of got to a steady state after having a period of time when there was a certain amount of confusion around things, and it seems to me to be running very smoothly of late. So thanks to those responsible. Again, if there's no objection, I will declare the motion to receive the report carried, and we can move along to the next item, which is the pool and wellness center. And there are sorry, just getting it up on the screen here. The first item that I have and that you have on your motion sheets is,
Mr. Mayor,
perhaps a simple one, which it's 13.1, which is the first thing on the agenda. I wonder if we could just take care of this one. I think it's fairly simple. It has to do, it follows, I guess, onto our discussion about communications. There basically have been two suggestions as to what should be put in the, there's an empty box in the newsletter that is getting ready to go out, and it says Pool and Wellness Center or whatever, I guess, at the top of it. And there have been two suggestions, one from Councillor Lamb and one from me, from the mayor, about what we should be saying. And I think basically we should just choose one of those and put it in. So if I can get someone to move one of them, then we will we'll put that in, and it gets seconded. We'll put it to the test and see.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I will move to. Sorry.
I don't know who's talking. I hear several people talking. Is it Councillor Woods or who's speaking?
McEwen, I started off.
All right, Councillor McEwen, go ahead.
I will go for number 2. The bare bones basic information to our ratepayers. I support it. Thank you.
All right. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that.
All right. So moved by Councillor McEwen, seconded by Councillor Gorham Matthews. And it is option 2, which reads as follows. Thank you for your responses to the material in the above project included with our November newsletter, and for your participation in the online information session held on December 14th. An update containing answers to many of the questions raised has been posted on our municipal website. The decision on Whitestone's participation in this project will be made at a future council meeting. Until that time, comments and questions will continue to be received at pool@whitestone.ca. That's moved and seconded. It's open for discussion.
May I make a comment, Mr. Mayor?
Is this Councillor Gorham Matthews?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when we're making reference to answering the questions that were raised through the pool at whitestone.ca site, there were a lot of good questions and a lot of good reflections. I'm just curious, we had started answering those and had something prepared before Christmas, but it never got out. I'm just wondering where we are at with regards to having something ready shortly to put on the website, because we're making reference that something will be on the website shortly. So I'm just wondering if we've reached the point where we have some answers with regards to the questions that were brought up.
Okay, thank you. The short answer is yes, we do have. We are almost ready with a draft. The staff provided some assistance to in going through the material that that has been received and looking at the various questions that were answered by different people, and there were a lot of them. They boiled down to I would say about 24 questions, and some of them required a little bit of research to answer, but so it's taken a lot longer than I guess than I would have liked, but we're just about there. My original thought was that we would have something to circulate to you before this evening, but there's still a little bit of work to do and checking to make sure that everything that is in there is accurate. There are some numbers and so on, some related to things like taxes for $100,000 and things of this sort. So we want to make sure that those numbers are absolutely correct, or as correct as we can make them. But anyway, we're very, very close. But the statement that I read to you said they would be on the website by the time people would get would get the newsletter. So,
Mr. Mayor,
go ahead.
This is Councillor Lamb, and I would just only ask that I be allowed to express my opinion without, being called out of order or kicked out of the meeting or anything like that, okay? I'm going to try and be very calm here. And Councillor Woods and I have worked very diligently on the people who have responded to the email or to the newsletter. And, I can tell people that according to our tally, which is pretty accurate because we have every name down and whether they're for or against, as of last week, there's 307 people. Look, who's doing what? 307 people have responded since our newsletter, of which 61, less than 20%, do not favor us being involved in the pool project. I'm just, and 246, or more than 80%, didn't want us to be involved in this project. Now, that aside, I'm not asking in any way this evening that we make the decision or anything like that. But for the love of God, to not tell the 3,700 other voters in our municipality the result of the very question that we asked them in November is an insult to our ratepayers, and to kind of bury it and play nicey-nicey is in my opinion, and I have an opinion, is terrible. I can't even believe that, we talk about transparency. Is this being transparent, or is this burying stuff? I just find it incredible that we would even think about that. When Councillor Woods and I put our motion in, okay, and it was ours, it wasn't Councillor Lamb, it was Councillor Lamb and Councillor Woods. When we put our motion in, we didn't say it's 80% or 20%. All we said was that there's been over 300 responses, and I will test that with anyone, and that there was a significant majority against our involvement. And what is wrong with saying that to our ratepayers? These people they're the people paying the bills. And we're going to bury this thing? I think it's a huge mistake. It's like everything that's surrounded this thing. It's a huge, huge mistake. So I will obviously ask for a recorded vote on this thing. I cannot believe that we would not do that and we'd try to bury it, right? And that's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. Be assured that's what we're doing. And we have a greater responsibility to our community and to our taxpayers than this sort of treatment. And I can't believe it. But anyway, okay, thank you. I could say a lot more, but you know what? I guess this is okay. Thank you.
I guess he wants to put that information in the newsletter, in that little box they're talking about.
Mr. Mayor, could I...
whoever is speaking in the background, please, who is not a councillor, this is a discussion for councillors, please mute your phone. We can hear you. All right. Who else wanted, sorry, there was a councillor wanted to speak, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, I moved, I would like a few words, thank you. This is, again, a number game, which I wanted to stay away from totally. The relevance of comments was always the intention I thought of council. And as for the total, as of yesterday, or pardon me, the 11th, I believe it was, last Friday, Thursday, Saturday, I don't know, one of those days, 212 total votes were in there, not votes, but comments. That was with duplicates and the undecideds set aside. So if Councillor Lamb would wish to go back and recount them, if numbers mean that much to him, he's welcome. But he won't find much more than 212
Joining the
votes.
meeting.
Mr. Mayor, can I
I've tallied them
respond to
3
that?
times, and I would like the floor for a minute, please. I left you alone. I tallied them 3 times as of last week. And I wouldn't have tallied them if it hadn't been for the tallying process that Councillor Lamb pushed on it. And it's not being nicey-nicey or touchy-touchy. I'd like Councillor Woods to speak for himself at a time instead of being listed as your sidekick, Councillor Lamb, just as an aside.
Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Listen.
Okay, let's look, folks. I don't want the discussion to degenerate, please. Let's.
One more
I think
comment.
it's fair. All right.
One more comment,
Finish.
Mr. Mayor, please. And just that we've been open and transparent with this whole thing. We've done our duty in our last newsletter. We've had a tremendous response from people. I respect them, whether it's a plus or minus, for or against, call it what you want. I think they're all just decent responses, and it's good information. The cyberspace is running crazy with things a few times, but I guess that's life in the current lifestyle. So anyway, I stand by my motion, and a recorded vote would be fine. Thank you. Get on with it.
Mr. Mayor, may I be allowed to respond to that?
Well, if you do so briefly, please.
Well, what I will say, and Councillor Woods can certainly back me up, there's 2 people, we've gone through this in detail. You can say there's 212 people that have responded to an email. But if a husband and a wife are both against the pool or for the pool, that counts as 2 votes, not 1 vote. So there might be, I don't know how many emails there were, but you know, you're twisting it. And I will, and Joe or Councillor McEwen, I will have Councillor Woods go into the office and go through those emails, and if you're right, I'll apologize. But I will guarantee you that we're not wrong. There are 307 respondents, and to twist it to say there's 212 is just trying to fit your story. And as far as your comment about the sidekick Councillor Woods, if I were Councillor Woods, I'd be really peeved at you for even making that allegation. That's totally inappropriate, and you should apologize for it. Thank you.
I apologize, Councillor Woods. Speak for yourself, please.
All right, so
very unprofessional.
please, whoever is making comments in the background needs to mute your microphone. Is there any other councillor that wishes to speak to this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods, I've got a lot I want to say right now. First and foremost, I don't appreciate being called anyone's sidekick, and I'm demanding an apology right now. Not at a later date, right now, on a council call. I want Joe McEwen to apologize for that comment before I go any further.
I apologize.
Forthwith.
Totally.
Good. I have never ever spoken about anybody related to this township or anybody on council with any form of disrespect whatsoever, and I am really getting sick and tired of the way that everyone is addressing one another here, okay? We are representatives of our community, and we should be handling ourselves accordingly. We should act like professionals, not like school children. Okay? Now, as far as the tabulation, the numbers go, you can say yes or no that Councillor Lamb and I's numbers are wrong. That's fine and dandy. If we really want to make sure that it's done, then we get somebody else to count them, and they can devise whether or not they were for or against. But the fact remains that there was a significant number of people in our community that responded, and they were against the project. Okay? Now, I would like to just throw one comment out there. if there was a significant number of people that were in favor of this project, I believe absolutely that that information would be made public. I don't want to talk about this anymore. When we have a meeting where we're going to talk about the pool, I have a whole lot I want to say. So I would suggest everyone to get ready for that.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? I will just make a very brief comment, which is, I believe that in the original newsletter item that we sent out if somebody else is talking in the background, it sounds like. Please mute your phones. I swear this is the last time we're going to do this with this audio service anyway. Anyway, sorry. What I was starting to say is I think we made a mistake because we led people to believe that this particular decision was being done by referendum. It isn't, and we do not make decisions on things that council approves or invested in by referendum. So I personally have looked through the submissions that people made, and there were many good questions that people asked, and we did ask ratepayers to comment, and I think that's useful. I think what isn't useful is to produce vote counts when it isn't a vote, which suggests to people that somehow or other it is a referendum. Council has decision to make, and there are other factors involved in the decision other than what the tally of for or against is that came in. So, and by the way, that is true of every other capital project that the municipality has ever considered. We've never gone and asked ratepayers, do you think this is a good idea or not? Council makes its decisions we do always get some input, but they make the decisions on the basis of what they believe is in the best interest of the municipality, and that's what I think will happen in this particular case. So I'm concerned about the fact that we're fueling a debate around whether it's a vote or not, and it isn't. If when you see the material that is that will be posted on the website, you will see that clearly there is a question of there is not any question of the fact that the majority of the respondents said they were not in favor of the pool. So I think we can stipulate that. I'm not sure why that's such a huge why everybody feels that particular number has to be front and center. It's been well publicized. Everyone understands that that's what the rate of response was. We need to move on to talk about some of the other issues around this, and make a decision. And so that's why I suggested. Well, there are two reasons why I suggested a simpler statement. I did want to thank people. I did want to let them know that their questions and concerns that they've raised will be answered to the best of our ability. And the other reason, of course, simply that the box in the newsletter is only a certain size, and we can't get into a discussion, a large discussion about the issue. It's simply an opportunity to say to people, thanks for weighing in on this subject. We're taking it into consideration, and here's where you can find answers to some of the questions and concerns that you've raised. So That was something. That is my position on. I don't see that there is value in putting actual numbers in there, and that's why I proposed an alternative wording, which has been recommended. So. I think what we should do at this point, everybody has spoken on it at least once, and I think we should have just call the question and move on to the next.
Please, Mr. Mayor, please, I have to be able to respond to what you're saying. My question to you is:
I'm sorry, but I don't understand why everything that everybody else gets to say, you get to rebut. I mean, if we do that, we won't be here all night because we're going to be at curfew pretty soon. so it's your call. Do you really want to? Do you have something new to say that hasn't been said that's going to change people's minds?
I would. First of all, all we said was significant. My question to you, Mr. Mayor, is: in your opinion, is there a significant number of people in Whitestone that are against or do not favor, because that's the question we asked them, do not favor our involvement? Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
Sure, I agree with it.
Perfect. Then that's all we want to put in. Take out that there's over 300. Just put in the newsletter that there's a significant majority of people that are against our involvement. That's transparency. And if you don't want to do that, we're not being transparent. And you know that, Mr. Mayor. You know that. That's only fair. And then you're going to call me down. Let's call the question to bury this thing? That's ridiculous. Sorry, I'm finished with it.
Well, I still have to call the question, right? There's a motion on the floor. Agreed?
Proceed.
Madam CAO, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gorham Matthews?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
No.
Councillor McEwen?
Yes.
Councillor Woods?
No.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Option 2 has been chosen. Now, the second item, which was on the agenda, was to talk about how council wishes to move the this matter forward to a discussion and forward to a decision. I'm sorry, not a discussion. I guess it'll be a discussion, but in any case. There are. I would suggest, and I think I have suggested to you in the past that there are a couple of options that we could take. One option, which may be followed by some municipalities that have not taken any position on this at this particular time, is to wait and see if there is if the federal funding is forthcoming. Because
leaving the meeting.
I think everybody needs to be clear that if the federal funding is not forthcoming, then it really doesn't matter whether the people were in favor of it or not in favor of it, or whether the council is in favor of it or not in favor of it. It's not going to happen. And we can move on to talk about other things. But so that's one option. Another option is to take a position that says here is what we are prepared to do.
Leaving the meeting.
Which could be nothing.
Regina Marsh.
Or it could be
leaving the meeting.
Something different from what we were asked, from the position we were asked to take. And we could say this is what we will do contingent on funding being, this is what we're prepared to do, what Whitestone is prepared to do, to support this project, assuming funding is received. So we could obviously, if we wanted to do the do nothing, wait and see, I guess, is a fairly simple matter. We don't have to do anything in the interim. If we want to, if we want to take a position, we would have to have some time to develop it, and there would have to be some debate within the council in terms of what.
Kathy?
And we would, another parameter, of course, is do we wish to have, do we wish to have a discussion, like a public meeting kind of a discussion where everybody gets to come and say what's on their mind and so on. I know there are people on this call that I'm sure would like to express their opinions, and if council so wishes, we can schedule perhaps a special meeting, which would then not have any other things competing for the agenda, and we wouldn't be sitting here running out of time. So,
yeah.
I'm just kind of opening this up for discussion and see if we could get some agreement as to what we would like to do going forward.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb.
Go ahead, please.
I would like to move the second motion that we deal with this thing. I agree with the public meeting. I agree that it's contingent on getting the funding, whatever we decide. But I do not think, and I'll explain when we get to discussion, that we should wait till the funding comes down. So I will make the motion that we deal with this thing, whether it's over the next month or so, after the questions are out there, after they've been answered, that we have a public meeting where everybody can jump in, a separate meeting, I would suggest, because there'll be a lot of people have a lot of questions. But I will move the second situation. Thank you.
All right. So just so I can capture this, you're suggesting a public meeting, are you?
No, I'm suggesting that in your email that was sent out, that you said we can do A, being wait till after the funding comes down, or B, deal with it and make a decision on this, contingent on the funding, but not. The second, I don't have it right in front of me. The second.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I was just asking the question whether you want it to be a council meeting. Do you want this? First of all, do you want the council meeting to be dedicated to this one subject?
Well, I don't care. We can discuss how we're going to do that. I think we've got to get the answers first to the questions. And I would suggest we have a separate meeting, because I think there'll be a lot of people that will want to weigh in on it. But you know what? If not, we have to give them time. We can't cut them off. So I don't care whether it's part of a meeting. But if it's part of another meeting, then it better be one heck of a light agenda, is what I would suggest. So,
yeah.
So anyway,
okay. Well, no, that's all I'm getting at. And I think I understand you. I do want to apologize to the folks who are on the phone hanging on. We weren't intending to have an opportunity in this meeting for everybody to weigh in, but it's not because we want to exclude you or don't want to hear what you have to say. It's just we have to allot enough time, otherwise people are going to be disappointed. That's my only concern, believe me. So so you want to have a separate meeting. Do you have a particular time frame in mind when you would like to do this?
I would think
how quickly?
Leaving the meeting.
Well, I will, I'll talk to this as to why I think we should be doing this when we get to the discussion. But I think what we have to do, or what you have to do now, is to see if anyone will second that motion, right? And then we can have discussion.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to capture the motion, but all right. So let me tell you what the council, the council of the municipality, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hold a separate meeting. I'll say in the near future for now, so that we don't have to argue about when it is. In the near future to determine Whitestone's support for for the proposed Pool and Wellness Center. Okay, so is that all right? Does that capture it?
Sure, that's fine. As long as we don't have to, in my opinion and my motion, as long as we don't have to wait until the funding comes down in order to make a decision.
No, I think that should be clear.
Okay,
you know, if I thought the decision was going to come very quickly on funding, then I would say, oh yeah, we only have to wait a week or two. But I mean, who knows? We could wait for 6 months, 9 months, or forever, and there not be funding. So, I shouldn't be saying that publicly, but however, I think that's the reality. We have no information about this. So, all right. So, is there a seconder? Councillor Lamb has moved. Is there a seconder for this motion?
Mr. Mayor, could we, before we put a ceiling or clamp in on this resolution, I think there's more to it than what you're saying there, because I think we need verification on some things before we can go into this meeting. One being, is the 6.3% for Whitestone, for instance, going to hold pat? Is the 6.3% operating going to hold pat? I think we're spinning our wheels backwards here, or sideways or something. If we don't know what the funding is going to be and we go in and support it, we have to know what we're supporting it with. In addition to the 6.2 or whatever it is there, 6.2%, I think we need some memorandum of agreement from council, Whitestone Council, or a Schedule A, which protects us against future capital increases. We need 100% buy-in by all participants, or we want an opt-out clause. And secondly, when it comes to the operating costs, we've got to protect ourselves against increasing and escalating operating costs by say a cost of living or a minimal increase per annum, so we don't get locked into escalating operating costs as been presented by independent observers and such people out there. So I think we've got more to roll into this. I think waiting till the funding, we know the funding's available, like Carling is. Personally, I think that's probably a viable option. I don't understand why we would make a selection on this before we know if we're getting the funding.
Mr. Mayor, is this not the discussion portion? I thought you asked for a seconder of the motion.
Well, yeah. To be honest,
the motion was prepared by the mayor and Councillor Lamb. I think there's other people who might want some input into the motion.
I have made a motion, Mr. Mayor. Please.
I actually did say that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Let me go back and ask if there's a seconder.
Leaving the meeting.
Brian Woods, are you seconding?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Just to follow procedure here. My suggestion. I think that
leaving the meeting.
Councillor McEwen has raised some important points, but I think those are all part of what we're talking about doing here. We're simply saying let's have a separate meeting. My suggestion would be that at that separate meeting, there would be some proposals that we could use as starting points for discussion. And you know, if I have anything to do with it, of course, it would have they would have some constraints on them. I don't think if folks have the idea in their minds that somehow or other we're just going to say let's take these 8 motions that were referred to us by the WCPC and put them all through holus bolus. I honestly don't think that that's something that Whitestone can do. We do have to consider what we can afford and various other things. And so I'm not suggesting that the things that Councillor Lamb or Councillor McEwen is suggesting would not be part and parcel of our starting point when we get to that discussion. But anyway, I don't know whether we have to put all those things in this motion right now, unless you want to. It's entirely possible the councillors wish to amend the motion to add other things to it, but right now we're kind of zeroing in on do we wait for a long time and or do we try to move forward and get some closure on the discussion? That's really the question. So who else would like to comment on this? I'll give you. Well, sorry. Are there any other Are there other councillors who haven't? Well, all right. I guess you get. I guess you can speak to it briefly, and then. But I want to see if the other councillors who haven't spoken have something to say.
Absolutely.
Come back to Councillor McKeon. Go ahead.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. But I made the motion, and I should be able to talk to the motion. Okay. I think it is tremendously inappropriate for us to wait. This is the opposite, because this is the opposite. And I don't disagree with what Councillor McEwen says. We get all this stuff and we debate it and we make a decision, right? That's part of the meeting and part of what we decide. But if we wait till the funding comes down, it will be like a steamroller coming from Parry Sound that you won't believe. And I still believe that there's stuff out there, this stuff last year about commitments and I remember the lawyer speaking at the December meeting and a bunch of other things. So there's a lot going on here, okay? And I think we got to put this thing to bed one way or the other. And, we need to listen to our people. It's not a referendum.
Leaving the meeting.
No one really called it a referendum.
Lynn Brennan.
People were asked, do you favor or do you not favor? And to dismiss that as well, it's not a referendum, is disingenuous to our responsibilities to our electorate. So that's why I think we should do it as a separate meeting before the funding comes down. Because if it comes down, I don't know that we wouldn't be in a lawsuit or we wouldn't be in whatever. I don't know. But I don't want to get into that situation. That's why I want to deal with it now. And I think we're prudent to do that. Thank you.
All right. Can I ask if there is a councillor who has not spoken that wishes to speak at this point?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm in support of having a public meeting as well to get the feedback. I know we've received emails, and I think once everyone has a chance to see some of the answers that come forward, they'll have more questions as well. The other thing to consider as well is that when we had the public meeting back in December, people weren't able to comment specifically towards Whitestone's involvement and towards things specific to Whitestone. It was kept more general to the presenters. So I think everyone wants the opportunity to have a discussion about this. And, I think it's important to point out as well that, our municipalities, for all the complaints that we're getting about being transparent and such, I think if you look at what the other municipalities are doing, we're above and beyond sharing information and getting feedback and having open discussions compared to some of the other municipalities. So I think we need to bear in mind that we're doing our due diligence in collecting information and receiving information from the taxpayers. So I'm all in favor of having a public meeting.
Mr. Mayor, would you read the resolution again, please? I'm not quite sure where we're at.
Leaving the meeting.
All right. Yes, thank you. I will.
Paul Macri?
The resolution that I have is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hold a separate meeting in the near future to determine Whitestone's support for the proposed pool and wellness center. Very general, but that's.
I can go with that. I just don't think we should have it too soon because we have other municipalities are going through the same ranking process and crisis we are. And we some more municipalities into it as well through our local media, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But I'd just like to know that we have some good evidence and information and know where we're at in respect to the Wellness Center or Steering Committee. Maybe they've got more information, but I guess you'll be able to guide us with whatever's current and new at that point. So I'll go with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess I haven't heard from Councillor Woods. Did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Mr. Mayor, I definitely think we should have a public meeting. As to waiting until the funding comes down, I think we'd be leaving ourselves in a position, a bad position, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess time will tell. Our public definitely needs to have the opportunity to speak again. So I think, to me, our best bet would be to have it before the funding comes down. I guess if we're going to vote on it, we'll vote on it, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, then. Well, all right. It sounds like we're making some progress.
Leaving the meeting.
Is there anybody, is there any other comment that anyone needs to or wants to make at this point? Or can I ask the clerk to take a vote on this? At least that's it. We got a way to, sounds like we have a way forward here. If not, Madam CAO, can we enlist you again, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gorham Matthews.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor McEwen.
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. All right. We are at 10 o'clock, and we do have a couple of other things that we need to do. They're not too many, but I think if we want to continue, we should have a motion.
Leaving the meeting.
Or curfew. I can find one here.
Jessup. Leaving the meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Leaving the meeting.
To extend our
curfew
meeting time. Yeah.
Thank you,
Leaving
Councillor
the
Lamb.
meeting.
Seconded by
Robert Dreyer.
Leaving the meeting.
Councillor Woods.
Robert.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Leaving the meeting.
Eric Alden.
Leaving the meeting.
Any objection to curfew? I'm assuming there isn't. Otherwise, we're done.
Leaving the
right
meeting.
now.
Leaving the meeting.
All right. So
Leaving the meeting.
we have curfew.
Leaving the meeting.
The next item that I have on the agenda was a report a two-second report on a thing called the Magnetawan River Watershed Communication Committee.
Leaving the meeting.
And
Leaving the meeting. Leaving the meeting.
Adam Russell.
Leaving the meeting.
Adam Russell.
Leaving the meeting.
Veronica Greenleaf.
Leaving the meeting.
Veronica Greenleaf.
Leaving the meeting.
Karen Greenwood.
I'm intrigued to know why
Leaving
everybody
the meeting.
who's leaving the meeting is leaving it twice. There
Muriel
must be
Stiles.
something going on with
Leaving
our
the meeting.
system here.
Barb Bolter.
Leaving the meeting.
Chris Dyer.
Leaving the meeting.
Chris Dyer.
You know, it's kind of like they got signed in twice or something. I don't know. That's weird. Anyway, sorry for that long interruption, but I figured I wouldn't talk over them because they're in a steady stream here. So, just to let you know, and I'll be really brief here. Some of you will remember that a year ago, February, we held a this was just before COVID-19 hit, we held a delegation, a face-to-face delegation with the Minister of Natural Resources to ask him to do a couple of things, and the main one, or the biggest one, I guess, was to give us some support for improved water level monitoring in the Magnetawan River watershed, to extend what is currently done to the whole watershed. It previously did the upper part of the river as far as Amick Lake, but because there were effectively no control dams in the lower part, they were not doing anything about that. So it took a very long time, and we did, by the way, have a number of meetings with our little group that is actually working on the water level monitoring. And someday, when we have a bit of spare time, I will get them to share with you what's going on, because I think you find it quite interesting. But in any case, the Ministry of Natural Resources took some of our requests to heart and decided what they would do is we established this committee, and it's made up of representatives from every municipality that is on the Magnetawan watershed. So that goes up to Sundridge, the Lake Bernard area, down to Armour, which is around Doe Lake, that area, and then through Burton Falls, Magnetawan, and us. And as we go west, we get to there are some others, and the farthest west is the actual Magnetawan First Nation, which is very close to Britt. So they have had two meetings. One was late December. The second one was on February 10th, and I have been their virtual meetings. Of course, I've been attending them just to keep track of what's going on, and they are starting to share more information with us about weather and about predicting possible flooding, and they do have a fair bit of monitoring activity that monitors things like rainfall and snowpack and so on to try to figure out if we're going to get any surges in the system that will result in the kind of flooding that we had back in 2019 that some of you will remember. So this is really just to tell you that this activity is going on, and we're
leaving the meeting.
We're participating in it, and trying to hold the ministry's feet to the fire as best we can. So that's I won't go into any more detail about that. There is well, you know what? I'm sorry. I see that there was a motion that was in front of me, so I'll read it in case somebody wants to. I should have read it before the fact, but after the fact. The motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the oral report from Mayor Comrie on the Magnetawan River Watershed Communication Committee for information, and that Council supports forming a committee of representatives of the various lake associations to coordinate monitoring and data collection activities and recommend enhancement measures. And so this would be something that we would be doing within our municipality. Not all of our lakes, by the way, are Magnetawan watershed, but Whitestone is. Whitestone flows into Wawashkish, which flows into the Magnetawan River. So does Gooseneck, so does Island Lake, so do Bolger and Kashagaba. Larimer Lake doesn't. It's part of the Seguin system, I guess. But and I guess there's various other small ones that I'm not counting. But anyway, would somebody like to move that motion just for?
I'll make that
just
motion.
To formalize. Councillor Gorham Matthews, seconded by.
I'll second Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Appreciate it. Any discussion of this? All right. If I hearing no objections, can we agree? And while we're well, thank you for that. Well, while we're on the subject of water quality and such things, we have a request from the Whitestone Conservation Authority. I'll read the motion to you and see if we can get a mover and seconder. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the quotation from Georgian Bay Biosphere addressed to the Whitestone Conservation Association for the 2021 benthic monitoring program dated February 4th, 21 for information, and that the Council approves the cost of $1,175 for the 21 program as well as the invoicing and payment protocols as requested by the GBBR. Can I get a mover and seconder for that one, please?
I'll move, Councillor Wood.
Okay, I'll second Councillor McEwen.
Who moved? I'm sorry, who moved?
Councillor Woods.
Oh, Councillor Woods. I'm sorry. I heard Councillor Woods, Councillor McEwen second. All right. You will recall that we did have a presentation on this particular topic a year ago from Dennis Morrison, who is kind of the driver behind the benthic monitoring. And this is a useful program that I think we might want to someday extend to some of the other lakes. But it involves, to refresh your memory, it involves scraping some of the mud from the bottom of the lake and taking a look at what organisms are residing in it and using that information as a measure of the health of the lake itself. Any discussions on this one?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman McEwen?
Yes.
I heard of and I sat in on a meeting that the Whitestone Conservation Association group had, I believe, about 2 weeks ago, and Dennis did give a pretty good overview, and I believe all councillors received a copy of the Biosphere report, if I'm mistaken. If not, we should have, that's the Georgian Bay Biosphere. I think we should have staff provide it for all councillors to look at if they haven't received it. I think it was an excellent report. Gives a lot of good detail. But what came out of the meeting was a suggestion that it be considered going forward to look at some other lakes in the area as well. The Georgian Bay Biosphere, they provide their own staff with the assistance, if they can, of someone who would volunteer along in any given lake to do the sampling with them and such. But that was considered, and also the testing of water for water quality, phosphorus and other tests that they do for the lake system. We have an extensive one here in Whitestone, and that's, again, Dennis and his wife Libby for the most part. And then he did comment that, I guess, Wawashkish, and Mr. you may know more about this or that end of it than I do, but there was someone who is deceased now, I believe, who used to be very active back there and provided ongoing data for Wawashkish. So anyway, they may be bringing forward requests to consider both the benthic test monitoring in other lakes, and also try to proceed within their own group at least, and if not with council support in other lakes for water testing, 2 different programs. Mr. Mayor,
okay, thanks. Go ahead.
If I recall, it was a 3-year ask when Dennis came to council a year ago. When we did, we supplied them with the funding at that point for the first year. But I thought we had committed to a 3-year program of recording data, and we were going to report it in funds each year. I guess staff would have to tell me better on that, whether that was actually the case. So I don't know if there's a resolution required that we...
Yeah, maybe you're right. Can you comment on that? somebody's answering, either the clerk or somebody who knows for sure. That sounds familiar.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Hi,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. It's Pat.
Thank you, Pat.
I do have 1,100 in the donations budget for that specific initiative, and Beth asked me to add 1,400 for the other monitoring as well. So that will be in the donations line for the 2021 budget, and I'll provide a listing.
So yes, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify.
Go ahead.
I did get a quotation from the Georgian Bay Biosphere because I wanted to add another lake this year. It is a 3-year study that they do per lake, and my hope was that council would add a lake each year so that we would have 3 lakes on the go at a time, and hopefully go through this process with each of our lakes, because the Biosphere has indicated through evidence in Muskoka the value of getting this information about our lakes. So when we get to the budget meeting, there is a quote to add a second lake for this year as well. So we would do Whitestone Lake as well as another lake of our choosing. So that is coming up in March.
But what you're saying is that this 1175 we already approved before, and we don't really need to do it again. Is that correct?
I believe that last year we approved all 3 years of funding.
Okay.
We'd have to go back and look at it.
And
Yes,
Pat is saying it was already in the budget. That's based on the approval last year, Pat?
That's true. So there's 1,100 for 3 years. So this will be year 2 for 1,100. And then I was going to add another 1,400 as per Beth's request.
Okay, but that part will come back to the. I mean, is there a reason for us doing a well, I guess we don't need to do a pre-approval of this. We know we got one anyway, right? Is that correct?
So I think the original presentation was 3,300 over 3 years for 1,100. So I'm bringing it back to council in the donations line for this year for another 1,100 and plus 1,400 for Beth.
Okay, all right. Well, sorry, I didn't want to drag this on. I think we got the gist of it here. Is there? I will just ask: is there anybody that has a problem with this particular motion? Or does anyone else want to comment on it? Or if not, can I?
Mr. Mayor, can I make a second comment?
Sure.
Councilman Kuhn, I believe they needed information on this as to whether it's an approved item or not. And Pat, you may have already been approached by Larry on that and covered it off.
Leaving the meeting.
But they have to put in the request and work with Georgian Bay Biosphere early in this year to have it scheduled and on the books for this coming summer. So you have to know.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we will follow up with this. To be honest, it caught me a bit by surprise. Until it was on the agenda, I didn't realize it was going on in the background, so I didn't dig into it. But we'll get it sorted out with the requesters and figure out exactly where we're at. And it sounds like nobody is objecting to us carrying on, at least with what was done last year, because we already agreed to it. So I think we're safe to carry this motion, and we'll look at the whole coordinating a second lake and so on later. If that's all right with everybody. Okay, we do have correspondence, and in correspondence we have the items that were distributed plus 2 more, so there's actually an H and I, and I believe I heard, a request to discuss maybe 1 or 2 of them, so let's.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Were we going to discuss the library board under business matters, or where was that falling under?
That's closed. Sorry.
Well.
Are we doing it closed?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to ask you when we get finished this if we're approaching our extra half hour, but still got a few minutes. Are there any items of correspondence that people want to discuss?
Is it loud enough?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to, excuse me? Councilor,
go ahead,
I just wanted to bring to Council's attention that there is a resolution in correspondence from Magnetawan and also from McKellar, and they're offering support. We don't have any dollar numbers tied down at this point, but they're offering financial support for the nursing station upgrade as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we should probably acknowledge those letters of support, although they don't have dollar amounts attached to them. That's a good progress, of course. There are a couple here about municipal insurance, and specifically about the general and several liability problem, which has been an issue that AMO has been working on forever. I guess I would like to suggest that we respond positively to those, unless anybody has any. Do we express support for those? Are there any other ones that anybody wants to raise? There's a request for a donation, but we'll get that in due course in our budget process, so not sure we have to do anything about it. I'm not hearing anything. Are you? If I ask for what are the insurance ones? A, B, and B, right? Those I'm suggesting we talk about the others. Hearing nothing, I'll say going once, going twice. Okay. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 5 of the February 16th, 2021 Council agenda, as well as the following, and there's 2 items, H and I. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Council received the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion. That's A and B. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please?
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. And seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor Woods.
All those in favor? Anybody opposed, I guess I should ask. Okay. Is there agreement that we would indicate support? Do you understand what the issue is in A and B? And is there agreement that we should simply add our support?
I agree.
Anybody not agree that we have the clerk send a letter saying, yeah, we support this being resolved? They say it's been an issue on AMO's agenda for a long time. I'm just trying to keep the pressure on, I think. Okay, I don't hear any objections, so I'm going to say that motion is carried, and we will send the letters. And that deals with that one. There is an item there is now a councilor's items we're at. Are there any announcements or other things councilors wish to raise?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one.
Please go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to share as a rep on the Chamber of Commerce that they, I don't know if everyone saw online today, the Chamber has come out with a letter to the health unit just expressing their disappointment that most of the businesses in our region were expecting to get to reopen today, and unfortunately we're falling into a zone again where we're still on lockdown, and most of the businesses were prepared with precautions in place to be able to reopen. So there's a lot of disappointment in the area with regards to that. So I just wanted to make the suggestion that perhaps on our social media and such, we could do something positive for our local businesses in terms of promoting local, sharing posts for meals and such at local restaurants. And maybe we could have like a shop local feature once a week where we share a certain business, like highlight a business or something, just to encourage people to support the businesses in whatever capacity that they're allowed to be open, and keep everyone here and able to continue on till such time that they're able to reopen. That was my comment.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Any other councillor items?
Mr. Mayor, am I on? Yeah.
You're on.
Yeah. Just a comment. I'm getting a message from someone that's called in that they're muted, and that wouldn't be anything we've done, no, eh? I don't.
No, we don't actually have control of that.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So anyway, I don't know. So anyway, okay, thank you.
So, are there any members of the public still on that have questions?
It's
yes,
Doug Hickey. I have. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's just Sarah Cook from the Perry Sound North Star. Although you can go first, Mr. Hickey, if you would like.
Okay.
Yeah, please keep in mind that we're just about at 10:30 and we still have a brief closed session unless.
Okay. Sarah, you go first.
I'm sorry.
Sarah, no, Doug, you go ahead. You waited this long. You got your.
Okay. My understanding, it's about the pool, but it's one question. The 7 mayors and the 2 First Nations groups all committed to the government through their grant request based on revenues and cost sharing. So if the grant is approved, it was based on those numbers and based on the 7 mayors, Mayor Comrie, you being one of them, committing. And I know in an earlier council meeting I asked you, have we committed? And Mayor Comrie, you explained we had to commit to the government for them to accept our grant application. So here's my question. It's simple. Has Whitestone already committed in any way to the pool project? Are we committed in any way to the pool project already?
No, the answer, and I don't understand what you I don't understand what you think I said before, but in any case, the answer is no. Whitestone and a couple of the other municipalities have passed resolutions recently saying, yes, we adopt those 8 motions that were suggested by the pool committee. And subject, of course, all of them are subject to the receipt of the funding. But none of us who participated on the pool committee had the authority to make commitments on behalf of our council. Our commitment was that we would take the recommendations to our councils and in fact to our ratepayers for discussion. That's all. So the answer to your question is no. Is no. We have not made any commitment, and on all of our options are open.
Okay,
so
and that's fine.
Yeah.
You've answered
if there's been no commitment and that you are coming back to us as the ratepayers, then during this public meeting, will you table the financial hybrid model as well as the Plum study, the Mayor McKellar study, and have it tabled for the ratepayers to see the risk of a 6 times fold yearly cost? And if you don't believe in those studies, will you consider, before you'd sign up to such a project, that you would have an arm's length study done by a professional audit company, because your ratepayers are excited because they've seen these documents. And these are documents that you're not tabling. You're not putting it out in your open council in the minutes of a meeting. And that's wrong. That's wrong.
Well, sorry. This is questions from ratepayers, not argue with council time. But look, I think we actually have a suggestion that will address your concern. You know, I understand, and you'll see when we, because that's a question that people ask, like, are we stuck for 6.2% of whatever? And you know, clearly we cannot be stuck with 6.2 of whatever if we don't have some assurances as to whatever it is. It wouldn't even matter if it was 2%. We still couldn't do it. You know, so we have to have an approach if we're going to move forward with this, other than just reject it out of hand. We have to have something that prevents us from, you know, giving away the farm kind of. So that's and I think, by the way, that can be done without us engaging in a huge debate with Robin Plum. And I've already had this debate with him on numerous occasions. And some of the concerns that some of his opinion about it is not correct, but some of it is correct. And the only way that we can resolve that would be to go and conduct a study. Not conduct a study, but retain consultants to do a study, which would probably cost, you know, $30,000 or something like this. And you know, I think that all of the 7 municipalities would be happy to do that if they knew where they were getting the funding. But right now, when they don't know if they're getting the funding, they don't want to spend more money to you know, put more money after something that there may be no payback. So you know, those questions will not get answered. And for us to sit around the table and try to debate, you know, us as councilors, us as ratepayers, sit around the table and try to make some sense of what Mr. Plum, and by the way, there's others besides Mr. Plum that are not, you know, they're from other municipalities that have opinions about this, that have done analysis. If we were to spend time on that, what would we get out of it? We have there's a better way forward for us, which is to say, okay, fine, we're not going to make open-ended commitments. And that makes that concern go away, in my opinion. It's neat and tidy that we don't have to, you know, those subjects can be left to discuss for some time in the future when there is funding, and when they have to get looked at, they're going to get looked at anyway. So anyway, I'm sorry, that's my long answer to your question. But my message to folks who are sort of panicked about the prospect of, you know, some huge future liability and tax increases is hey, we don't need to go there. We're not committed to going there, and I don't honestly think that our colleagues in West Parry Sound expect us to go there. They very much want us to make some tangible commitment to it, but they don't want us to.
So if
they realize that we're limited in what we can do.
Yeah. So if you could see that it's going in that direction, then you have no problem with opting out. There's no pressure on you to stay in, and that's okay.
Well, there are reasons why I think there are reasons, as you'll discover, why I think for us to just walk away from it is not a good idea for Whitestone. But we can talk about that, and that's a discussion for another day. You know, I don't want to keep everybody here till 11 o'clock, especially since we already told everybody we weren't going to get into this tonight. We're going to set aside a meeting to talk about it. Okay. Anyway, is there anybody else on from the public here that wants to speak. Are you
Yeah,
still there, Sarah?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it's Sarah Cook from Ferries on North Side. I have a couple of questions. The first one is it true that you, Mr. Mayor, withheld requests for information on the pool project in regards to Mr. Plum and Mayor Hopkins' independent analysis? Sorry, can't say that word.
Withheld. I chose not to invite. The mayor of first of all, the mayor of McKellar did not. His communications to me on the project are private, confidential things. He did not volunteer to share them with us. He did not authorize me to share them, and I don't think it would have been helpful. The other thing is, I know that Mr. Plum would have been happy to be heard about the thing, about his particular opinion. I just explained to you why I don't think that's a useful expenditure of our time at this point. And to be honest, I don't really think it's a useful expenditure of our time at any point in the short term, because it raises a bunch of questions to which we don't have answers. The only way we're going to get answers is to go out and do a proper independent study, which we would have to pay a bunch of money for. And if I went to our council and said to them, "Do you want to spend this money?" Because the others are not rushing to spend it, I think they would probably say, "Gee, I don't know. I don't really want to spend it." I don't think we have to spend it at this point in time. And down the road, if the funding comes, that money will be spent, because the operating model will have to be firmed up. And everybody needs to keep in mind that this whole due diligence process was done in a hurry because there was a deadline to get a grant application in, and without the grant, this is not going to happen. So it was an opportunity that had to be grabbed. There wasn't any alternative, and there wasn't sufficient time to go and really dig into all this stuff. So they did the best sort of quick pass they could at it to get information that was acceptable for purposes of the grant application, and that's really all that there was time for. So, it's great for people to come along after the fact with saying, "Oh, I think you should have done this and you should have considered that," and so on. But there wasn't time to do that, and now it doesn't seem like a really good time.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make a comment to Sarah, please, Councillor Lamb?
Well, please keep an eye on your clock, sir. Yeah. Go ahead.
Keep it on yours too. Come on, George. You just talked for 5 minutes. Please, all I'm doing is answering her question. I've asked you on more than one occasion, at least 2 or 3, and I can produce the emails, so has the clerk, to produce the study from the mayor of McKellar. I also produced an email, or I can, that he has stated that he shared his analysis with you, and that it's up to the mayor of Whitestone to share it with his council. And I can produce the emails, Sarah, that say that. So, George, please be honest with people that you chose not to. You chose not to.
I am not at liberty to disclose it, Councillor Lamb. And the same comment I just made with respect to Robin Plum's analysis, and there are various other ones, it applies to all of them. It is not going to move us anywhere. And how is it going to help to have a public discussion about it? The only outcome of it all is that it eventually it will make the failure to achieve funding a self-fulfilling prophecy. And we, the municipality of Whitestone, will get blamed for killing the project. And I do not think you want that.
Okay, but
I don't want it, and I don't think you do either.
But just hold on, because it doesn't fit
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb is out of order. Please.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Keep in mind, this is not for people to debate council or start another debate. It is questions from the public, and given the hour, I think I'm going to cut it off. I'm sorry. We can't. I've answered it as best I can. And I realize other people have different opinions about what they think should happen, but that's, this isn't, it's not it isn't an opportunity. Even if we had time, it's still not an opportunity for folks to debate council.
Sarah had a second question. She deserves to ask her second question.
I don't know who's talking.
It's Doug Hickey. Sarah got interrupted.
Doug, you asked your question. You're finished, aren't you?
Yes, but Sarah had two questions and she's been interrupted.
Okay, sorry. Did you have another question, Sarah?
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. If the Wellness Center and Pool project is expected to run a substantial deficit each year, regardless of whose analysis you look at, what benefit does the pool hold for Whitestone then? I'm just wondering that.
Well, that's one of the questions that people have asked that we've provided we're going to provide a written answer to, because there's a whole bunch of different pieces to the answer. There are direct benefits to Whitestone. I could summarize it in a couple of words. There are direct benefits to Whitestone in terms of there will be some people in Whitestone who will use it. These are both people whose kids want to take swimming lessons, for example, and things of that sort. There are folks who need access to the therapeutic pool and so on who will use it. There will probably be things like Aquafit and so on. I believe there will be folks who use it, and there will also be folks who work in Parry Sound, as many of our residents do, who will be able to avail themselves of it during the lunch hour and that kind of thing. There are also the more intangible benefits. We talked a little bit earlier about economic development. And it is generally recognized that an indoor facility, recreation facility of this sort, which Parry Sound lacks currently, is an amenity that people look for when they're locating to an area, and this has been cited as a factor in recruiting people and recruiting companies and so on, to convincing people to move into the area. So, it's one of those things where, can you put a dollar value on it and say, well, okay, it's going to create this much revenue in Whitestone? That would be very, very hard to do. But lots of studies have been done that demonstrate that they are amenities that are desired by certain folks and certain businesses that would want to locate in West Parry Sound. And we benefit indirectly from that because, as I said a minute ago, a lot of our people actually work in Parry Sound or closer to Parry Sound, and so those jobs and other economic activity are created. So there are some intangible benefits to it as well, and there are some health benefits to it as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Scott Nash, I have one question, but it's not pool related. Do you have time to allow me to ask it?
Oh, I guess so. Until the councilors start hanging up, I guess we're good.
All right. So
I'm okay. I'm still up this time every night.
Perfect. Thank you. A quick question. It was more of a procurement question, and I was just wondering for the municipality what the dollar value is before a project should go out to public tender. Is that value $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000? Is there a number the municipality has? And one of the reasons I'm asking that is kind of a twofold question is I've noticed in all the meetings I've been on over the last 4 or 5 months that it would appear the landfill work that was done to create the mound, I'll call it, for dumping some of the debris came in at about 30 grand, I think was the number I heard. And I was just wondering what that number was, and did it go to a public tender? And if not, what that number would be for a project like forward.
Okay, that's really a question that would be answered by our CAO or by David Creaser if he's still on, and I don't think he is, but Madam CAO, do you, I mean, we have a procurement policy for sure, but I'm not going to try and quote it from memory.
Yeah,
go ahead.
The trigger for a tender is $30,000, so that's an assumed price of $30,000. And then there's different levels prior to that where there's purchases can be made based on knowledge of service, informal tenders, informal quotes, and then formal quotes up to $30,000. I think it's maybe 15 to 30,000 formal quotes. And then there's also a trigger for an RFP in around the 30,000.
Okay, thank you. So for the dump project, if it had come in over $30,000, I believe, when you account for everything, why wouldn't have that gone out for a public tender or quotations, unless it did and it maybe just wasn't publicized?
No, tenders are publicized. I believe the work was intended to be $25,000, and it was also done in components. So there was a component. Actually, I'd probably have to get David, our manager, to speak to this. Some of it was simply
leaving the meeting.
Some was gravel products that was purchased. Some was guide rail. Some was concrete blocks. So it was done in chunks based on different service providers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're at, 10 to 11. Are we finished with questions from the public? All right. That would enable us to go into a closed session and wrap up our meeting in the 10 minutes we have left.
Leaving the meeting.
So,
Sarah Cook, Perry Sound, North Star.
Leaving the meeting.
I guess what we will do is we will hang up and
leaving the meeting.
dial in on the other number, which
leaving the meeting.
I don't have, Mr. Mayor.
I also don't have it. So, Madam CAO, I need you to
leaving the meeting.
Email Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Leaving the meeting.
Yes, that item is not time
Charles
sensitive.
LaRose.
Leaving the meeting.
Could easily be put on to the next meeting.
Would you be willing to leave it to another meeting, Councillor Lamb?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
it's not time
that's a bonus. Thank you very much. So we won't dial off. What we'll do is we'll do our
leaving the meeting.
We will just skip adjourn to closed session
leaving
and
the meeting.
To open meeting, and that brings us to
leaving the meeting.
Doug Hickey. That brings us to a confirming bylaw. Can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move it, Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Seconded by?
I'll second, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Leaving the meeting.
That bylaw number 06-2021, the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of February 15th, 2021, be given a first, second, third, and final reading, and is passed as of this date. Any objection? It's carried. How about adjournment? Mover and seconder.
I'll move. Councillor McEwen.
Councillor McEwen.
I'll second, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods. Whereas the meeting has concluded, whereas the business of the meeting has concluded, be adjourned at, we're 10:52. Not
Leaving the
exactly
meeting.
30 minutes, but however.
Councillor Lamb.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
You too.
Good night.
Leaving the meeting.
Thurman, Holbrook.
Leaving the meeting.
Robin Plum.
Leaving the meeting.
Julie Terry.
Leaving the meeting.
Ron Nolner.
Leaving the meeting.
Councillor Woods.
Leaving the meeting.
Councillor Gore Matthews.
Leaving the meeting.
Greg Shields.
Leaving the meeting.
Patricia Allen.
Leaving the meeting.
Sue Jennings.
Leaving the meeting.
Sharon Ferris.
Leaving the meeting.
George Comrie.
Leaving the meeting.
Michelle Hendry.